Certainly love this one name. Chill Icelandic family cooking. Want to try it? And we've got web-headed and Rachel Suche. And Needle. Nino. Okay. I don't work that one out. Resto Ninja, Webhead, Nighthawk Gaming. All right. Hello to everyone there. That's the YouTube chat. And Rainbow Boy 12. Hello, Doc.
And up till a moment ago, you were sounding very quiet.
Ouch. You turned yourself up and blasted my ear.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You want to try again?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, gosh, that's still too loud.
Oh, by the way, Mittens was sleeping on top of that board over and over again, so...
Top of your keyboard?
No, on top of the control board for the audio, so...
Okay, so we have Caffeinated Megalith Official. The great artist is with us with an animated doggo. That is so cool. Archon Azrael is with us, as long as Gottelgrim too. Was it Gottelgrim we had to save this morning?
No, caffeinated.
It was caffeinated, we had to say. Okay. Caffeinated just about had a disaster in Minecraft where he lost a bunch of work but had to.
Doc and I were
He's
in the middle of a
paid.
conversation talking when I got your message this morning, Cap.
That's great.
Um,
All right.
okay. Is everybody's audio good now? My apologies for not
Yes.
checking before we went live.
Yes, your audio is good. I haven't checked the OBS audio yet.
I'm sorry, Cap. I really apologize. And they're saying Doc is still really quiet.
Doc is still really quiet. Well, my microphone is picking it up enough.
Okay, well, I'm turning you up over here.
Okay.
Tell us if that new volume is good.
And I'm talking, watching trains go by. I love watching these trains go by, especially when this train station gets busy. I expect to see train after train after train come in here. And that will be so cool to watch. And there's another one. There we go. So, how's the volume now? Okay.
And Oscar says he just had an earthquake. Was that my voice being really loud, or was that an actual earthquake?
I hope you didn't have an actual earthquake. Okay. Hey, Garrett, can you test the Discord volume for me? Very good. Okay, very good, because your volume is good when you start talking, so that's good. Okay, and my microphone is good. Robert's mic is good. And
Oscar says I just had a 6.2 earthquake. Holy cow! I hope the fact that you're typing here means things aren't catastrophically wrong. I hope everything's all right for you.
Wow, yeah. At least you still have internet, which means you still have electricity. So that's good. Look at these trains just coming in and coming around the corner.
Oh, they aren't, because you're in the chat room.
Oh, they can't see them. Oh, well, let them see it. Icy Night is coming too. Icy Night's joining the party as well, so that's good. That's good.
There we go.
Okay, it's Varglet here. Varglet, speak. I guess Varglet is.
He said 26 miles from him. That's really close, Oscar.
No kidding.
For an earthquake?
Yeah, that's very close.
I hope you're all right.
Wow. All right. Well, my monster today.
Okay, they are not hearing Garrett.
Well, Garrett's not
You're
talking.
not hearing me?
Is your desktop audio set correctly, Doc?
I'm hearing him, so therefore,
And you're hearing it through your ears.
yes.
And we're still hearing Doc very quiet compared to me. Okay. We're going to turn Doc up a little bit, turn me down. Yeah, and we had to rearrange the microphones yet again today, so that makes sense.
Yeah, the microphones are a bit farther away from me than they were last time.
Oh, okay. Good. Icy not heard Garrett.
Okay, good. Good. And yeah, turn.
Our apologies. I need to install some cat spikes all around my computer.
Cat spikes, huh?
Are there such a thing?
Oh, yeah.
I'll just buy bird spikes and put them up.
All right, let's see. I'm turning my volume up a little bit at least on OBS.
Okay.
Anyway, that's good. That's good.
Harkot Azrael says, yes, there are. I have some. Interesting. You know
Okay.
what, Doc? I'm going to specially design and 3D print some anti-cat spikes.
Some anti-cat spikes? Okay.
And they'll specifically have your cat's names on them.
Oh,
So
okay.
they know that it's directed towards them.
Well, all it has to be is just a little table with legs on it, with spikes going up that you can just put over the devices that you don't want them to sit on. That would work. Just make it.
No,
make it
that would give them a
uncomfortable.
platform to lay on.
No, you put it with spikes under it, so it's uncomfortable to lay there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well. I need to get over to the main, to the main place here. I need to move around and get the server to react here and get it. Okay, there I'm running smoothly.
What's funny, Archon Azrael, was we have two cats. We have Callie and Mittens. Callie is perfectly happy sleeping on Doc's desk and around him and hanging out over there. for some reason, Mittens wants to be on my side. And I don't like it. But Mittens is always over here, coming in, weaving in between my legs, and trying to hop up and climbing the back of my chair. And Mittens just won't leave me alone. And, you know, it's just...
And Robert gets frustrated.
Well, we've had a couple of quick questions come in for you early, Doc, while you're going back.
Okay.
Zeus Gaming asked, "Hey Doc, what can you do if you feel overwhelmed with all the factories to build in the late game?"
You take a deep breath and you just keep on building. Okay. And you just keep on building the best you can. That's all I can say.
We honestly had that same conversation this morning.
Yes, because my Gigafactory is feeling very much that way too. Robert, I'm dropping a lot of frames.
Yeah.
And this is the new server that's supposed to be the cat's meow, you know, the solution to all of our problems.
Yep.
Well, just like normal, I had to spend a lot of time this morning. A lot of time when I logged in, just waiting for the lag to go away. It's operating more or less just fine now, but
Okay. All right, I should have a porthole over here to go through to go to the hub, and we have a couple statues to place. And Garrett, why is this portal is working good? Looks like
Captain,
it
it
wasn't
says, when overwhelmed, remember, you can always just sit there and cry.
That's true. It's not much of a solution, but that's true. You can just break down and cry.
I tell you what, Doc and I spent about 3 hours this morning troubleshooting computer issues.
And I'm ready to break down and cry over that.
Oh my gosh. Brand new Windows 11 PC. Put on the network. Can't see the network. 3 hours. And just back and forth, changing every single setting possible.
Now, understand, we're trying to adjust Windows settings so that it would recognize other shared folders and so forth on the network. Turns out after about 3 hours of total frustration and total failure, we get to the point of saying, well, let's just see if Satisfactory will work. We know that we can ping each other. We could ping the computers. So we could ping the IP address, got a response back. So, I mean, the computers would talk to each other. That just Windows is too dumb to realize there's another computer on the network, even though you set all the settings the way that everybody says to set them. And even some more that, you know, the AI says to check these. So here we are, we test the settings and the Satisfactory server actually works.
Yeah.
So we might have just avoided all this frustration and not worried about the Windows settings and just gone straight to Satisfactory, but we just didn't know any better.
Mm-hmm. And for Rainbow Boy, I know you have some good input. We've tried all of the easy ones. Okay, we went through a number of guides, all of our normal stuff, checking firewall settings, checking public versus private networks, checking to see if file sharing is enabled, password protection is off, like all of those normal things. We went into Windows services to make sure the right services were automatically starting properly.
We even disabled the firewall.
Yeah, we went through disable firewall. No, we don't use Norton or anything else. It's just Windows Defender like this. We've got a ton of stuff. Mm-hmm. It's currently working, so we're gonna leave it as is. So let's just play some games because that was a lot of frustration.
So Had Matter says, hello, pioneers. And Migs L says, hey, Doc. Thank you for the tips and videos for Satisfactory. Love the passion and the excitement. As I finish phase 2, tier 4, what factories should I have in place? Should I have quartz in that? You know, that level really passes me like a blur. It's just I'm building so fast through there, I can't remember what factories you should have in place. You should have what factories in place that you can build. And that's basically, when I unlock something, I go work on building those factories as soon as I unlock them. So basically, that's that's the pace that I usually went. So Brian Solney joined us and says better get them their own mini laptop. Everyone I know has done that, has had a lot of success. Not quite sure what that comment
Talking about
is.
buying the cats their own mini laptop to lay on.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, these aren't bougie cats. These are farm cats that spend way too much time indoors.
Yeah. Anyway, so Webhead at 104 says, "Who even runs Windows these days? Linux is better." Well, I have no experience with Linux other than knowing that all my servers, all the servers that I worked with in at Boeing were all Linux servers or Windows servers. So, all right, we like to build a blueprint, and at the root of the blueprint drive, we should see some statues.
That said,
There
I
it
am
is.
planning on switching over to Linux here pretty soon. I've kind of put it off a little bit, but as soon as I scrounge up a USB drive, I'm gonna get Linux installed. I've done most of the research that I'm going to, and
Wow,
pretty much gonna move into it.
there is a lot of iron plate in here, and I don't have enough quartz crystal or enough iron plate. Because, oh gosh, I've got to go stock up on iron plate and quartz crystal before I can build this.
Oh man, yeah. You have
Yeah.
to fill your inventory.
Exactly, I've got to fill my inventory. 'Cause I need 2024 plate and
I have a lot of iron plate in my inventory. Let me bring it over.
okay. And I got to figure out, okay, let's see if I can pull quartz crystal. I can pull quartz crystal from the depot, and it's refilling.
I had to build a little mini factory for that because of all the signs I was placing.
Okay. So we'll let that continue to grow, and iron plate. Okay, iron plate. We can do the same. Back to quartz. 2 more quartz over.
Yeah.
You behind me?
Switching back to Satisfactory after playing Minecraft for a week is messing with my brain.
Yeah. It's a bit different.
It is.
Okay. I'm here.
Oh.
My.
Yeah, you need a few more, Doc.
Yeah, I do need a few more. I just wanted to check, see how many more I needed. I've got 2,600, so I need 1,184 more quartz crystal. And
You have all the iron plate you need?
No, I need another
no,
1,000.
I need another 1,000 iron plate too.
That should be 1,000 right there underneath you.
Okay.
Last comment on the whole server thing. It is just ridiculous to say that a brand new Windows 11 home installation cannot see another computer that is also brand new with a Windows 11 home installation on it.
Yeah. Well, Windows has always been terrible when it comes to network issues.
Okay. So
It's always been horrible with network issues.
No, it hasn't. Okay, I've got to correct that. Because Windows, when it first came out, was the easiest in the world to network with. And they just kept on making it harder and harder and harder to where the recommended settings nowadays just don't work for some reason. And I cannot for the life of me understand it. Like, they do not want people like they do not want people to have home networks that can have PCs that talk. I mean, they even took away the ability to share folders in OneDrive, which I think is absolutely absurd. And then they didn't tell you that they took away the feature, and you had to just go discover it and see people complaining
that
about
was
it.
frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that. Okay, quartz crystal. I'm still building up. I've got 3,164. So I'm getting there.
And make sure you nudge it around to make sure it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use the nudge to get it in the right place. It's gonna take up the whole platform. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
and it's
cool.
nice and big, and it looks like it's gonna fill the space quite well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just even in
This
its
thing's
blueprint
so
form, even its blueprint form, it just I like how it fits with the symmetry of the entire place, lining up with the pillars and the beams at the top.
Yep. All right.
That's gonna be really cool.
Okay, side to side, I have it good, and I probably want to nudge it forward based on the. I think he meant to fill up the entire platform. Yep, we go corner to corner on the platform here. That corner, and yeah, all the corners.
Well, he certainly followed the requirements that we put.
Ah!
What?
Yeah.
There it goes. There it goes.
Oh, okay.
I had H on, and then when I clicked, it went red
Right.
because it tried to place another one. So let's move back. That is
Oh
our
my.
statue.
Oh, that's even better.
That's
that's
everything we
awesome.
wanted.
I think you need to work on some lighting though, because we're dark here up here because we only have overhead lighting. You might want to put some
I
spotlight.
want that center orb to rotate.
Yeah.
It feels like it's
wouldn't that be
spinning.
so cool? with the different lines rotating in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would be so cool if we could get that to work. But this is already really amazing.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
This is already really amazing.
For those who don't know, we held a couple-week contest to build a statue. So one of our viewers made this statue, and we put it on the server. There's another statue that was also made that we're going to put in a different location. It was also pretty awesome.
And now, who did this? Let's give him credit. Who was it?
This one was made by, I was just pulling it up, by Whitestone Industries.
Okay.
So he did
Well,
a great job.
And frankly, he does a lot of awesome stuff in his own world also. Ton asks, did you activate network discovery? Yes, that was one of the many things that we did. Bill Gates wants to spy on you, and that's why networking is harder.
There you go. That makes sense.
All right. That is way cool, and it's in place. And thank you so much. He's not online at the moment, but we'll be sure to show him that we've placed the statue. Now, I'm thinking.
I think that I'm going to ask him to make one that can be viewed the same from all angles. So, like, these corners, it's definitely made to be set upright. But I think it would be really cool if we could have one that could be rotated and set up on its corner.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
and that could be really cool.
Well,
and we're missing iron plate for the Doc statue as well.
Garrett, that is possible.
I have more. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Robert.
And missing quartz crystal for this one as well. Interesting. I've got to go grab more quartz crystals so that the the depot isn't loading anymore, and it's at 1,016 for the quartz crystal. Well, it is.
I keep on hitting E. Here's more iron plate.
So, Gary, I'm gonna move the stream to my page. You're not gonna be able to see it because I'm not gonna actually build this thing, but it is entirely possible here to put it up on one corner.
Yep.
You just, yeah, like you said, probably replace the top and bottom to make it look symmetrical on
Yeah.
all sides. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
entirely possible to put it up on an angle using infinite nudge.
Yeah, that's my thought, and I think it would be really cool to have it up on a corner like that.
Yeah,
Especially floating up in the air, kind of like it's been activated somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, and Doc's camera's turned off on my view. We can go back to that. So.
How about if I put one of Doc's statues here?
Yeah, I like that.
Sure, it does need to be nudged a little bit for.
And this was Mega Meaty Bacon Man.
Oh, here comes Mittens again, hiding behind the monitor. It's not your sleeping spot. It's Wabbit season is here and says, "Hi, Doc. AC isn't working here in Texas."
Air conditioning?
Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry. Oof.
All right, so you want me to deconstruct this one, and
No, just nudge it. You don't need to deconstruct. Just nudge it.
how do you nudge it without?
Is it built? Is the
Yeah,
screen
it's built.
frozen?
Yeah, it's built.
Why am I seeing yellow on the screen? Doc, are you moving?
Yeah.
Can you look up? Look up at the stream.
Okay.
Is that what's not on your screen?
That is not what's on my screen.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
That is strange.
Volocrum's getting fiber. Nice.
You lucky duck.
That is awesome. Okay. Nope. That happened right when a cat jumped up on my desk, by the way.
Oh, we got to blame it on the cat.
Yes.
Does it? I'm just heading all around here and just checking it out before I click the final. Okay.
Catherine says it's not a doc stream without technical difficulties.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh, Doc has left the game. And that Minecraft statue is great.
I'm talking.
Oh, there
Oh,
we go.
there you are.
Yep. Another cat problem.
No, that wasn't another cat problem. I think it's just a Robert problem.
The cat sat right on top of one electronics piece, which stopped it and the unit that was sitting below it.
Okay. Well, when we get the door replaced there, we can kick the cats out and leave them out for the
Perfect.
duration of each live stream. Callie is the nice one. She just finds her place on a table that's not on keyboards or anything. She just curls up and goes to sleep.
And not on my side.
That's a point too. It ends up being on my side.
Caffeinated says Doc has to get out all of his bleep and swear words about how frustrated he is while muted.
I don't use swear words. I mean, swear words are just not part of my vocabulary. My dad was ex-Navy, of course, but he was just so intent on me not swearing that I used to even use the word gall, as in golly, and he used to just he used to fine me a quarter every time I said gall.
Really?
Yeah. So, he got me out of the habit of swearing. And then I tried to look cool and use swear words outside the house. But, after a while, those dropped away too. So. Okay. You are appreciated. Fix it tip number 21. We are appreciated for all of our efforts. All righty. Now, it's going to take me a while not to have greenery growing in the middle of my building as it slowly gets rid of all that stuff. And the one, it's redrawing all of the all the lights, yeah.
So Doc Gontergrim and a few others discovered and posted on Discord about what they think is your long lost twin.
Oh, really?
Funny enough, I know one of the two people they're referring to on YouTube.
Okay.
And let me bring over the thread to show, and I'll show it on the big screen for you.
Okay. Okay.
While you're getting all loaded in and whatnot. Okay, pop it over to my screen so you can look up at it. Or at least I'll do it when you're done with
Yeah, I'm just clicking H so I can get it centered. Because Garrett is... Oh, hit the wrong key again. Oh, I hate that.
Unfortunately, also, Icy Night, the green screen is not doing Doc any favors. If I try to take the green out of his hair and around him, which I've kind of done, the more green I take out of his face, the more his hair just looks, very, very pale. His hair is not that light in real life. Oh, how the hair color and the mustache color? Yeah, they're different. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
He's facing the wrong way.
Oh. He is.
That's a cool statue. Holy cow.
Yeah. You did a good job with those.
Oh, look. Oh, oof. Does it really struggle to take the thing apart? I don't think we're going to be able to have very many of those statues in our world.
No, I don't think so.
We have a $2 donation from Labruta on YouTube.
Cool.
And Labruta asks, any tips for people new to train transporting?
Ooh, any tips? There we go. Let's, yeah.
And look up, make sure the hands, or build it and just find out.
Yeah. It's facing the right direction because I moved it,
Nice.
turned it around. Now it'll just take a little while to draw the, now we can go observe back here. Okay, so tips for new train transport. Wow. I don't know. You have to keep experimenting. I do have tips, videos. My tip: suffer. Oh no, Redstone Ninja. This is just as it redrawing right now, Robert.
Yep. We'll have to give it a moment.
Yep. You just have to keep experimenting. The biggest thing is I started with back and forth trains rather than looping or roundabout trains. They tend to be easier. You can place one train station at other, put a locomotive at both ends. Make sure that your train station is pointed outward so that it drives into the train station with the head locomotive, and then turns around and goes the other direction. And then the other train station has to head out. The train station in the middle doesn't matter so much. It'll land there. Make sure it's pointed the direction of when you need it to land and get it in the right order. But other than that, just keep on experimenting and making sure each one works. And this one just isn't going to redraw right now at this point. Okay.
Okay, Doc, I have something to show you.
Nurser John made a comment also here.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Doc, been watching your vids, learning a lot. What's your advice on building good factories? All my factories are boring blocks. You know, I'm not the artist person. Garrett is really more the artsy type person, but you know, my buildings aren't more than just blocks either. I mean, when I look out the window here, the Gigafactory over here is kind of blocky. You can see it in the distance through the windows. If I were to go out, I mean, factories aren't generally very pretty, and so my factory is a big block. Now Garrett's running all these lines to it that for hypertube lines, and the trains come outside and go into the factory and so forth. But at this point, you just need enough space, and you usually build enough space by building it in a big box. So I'm not quite sure how to help you, except send you to several of the people online. Go to our which section of the Discord would it be to get some good ideas?
There's a fix my build section.
And fix my build and showcase. You can get a lot of advice over there for making really neat buildings.
We've got a lot of good builders.
Yeah, we do have
Got
a lot
of good builders.
good builders that are better than me, that's for sure.
We've even got some people who who won like Minecraft build championships.
Really?
So if that tells you anything about the kind of skill that we're working with,
There's some great people on the server, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Doc, I'm gonna take over the stream here for a bit because some people discovered a guy on YouTube who just might be your doppelganger or alternate reality version of Doc.
Okay. I'm anxious to see that.
And it's this guy from a channel called Workshop Companion. I think his last name is Angler.
Okay.
Let's see.
When I let my hair grow longer,
Nick Angler.
okay.
Yeah, something like that. But he does workshop tutorials. He's famous for his really high quality shorts. They say that the style and cadence and everything is a lot the same as yours, but it's all workshops. They're wondering, is this an alternate reality version of you? Is it your long lost twin? Or do you moonlight as a guy with a lot bigger hair?
Could be. My hair is still brown though.
Yeah, it's still a little bit.
Yep.
Or is he just you in 5 years?
He's probably just me in 5 years. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's Doc in the future.
Tiki Godu says the furthest I got was unlocking nuclear power. I was trying to do research on how to get it up and running. I felt like it's above my mental capacity. Do you have any tutorial video and guide of sorts? Did we do tutorial videos on nuclear? Or was I too frustrated with nuclear to do any?
Let's see.
It could be the latter. Very much could be the latter.
I think we just got too frustrated. I don't think we actually didn't need any tutorials on it.
I mean, nuclear is a very good level to get frustrated at. Believe me.
We develop a lot of our tutorials kind of in batches, and we finished our last batch right as we were finished producing our last batch as we were producing the nuclear power stuff. So we're about to head into it. Unfortunately, we're going to be hitting a lot of nuclear power stuff in next batch, as well as a lot of 1.1 stuff.
Yes.
Which that's going to be really fun.
That's going to be really fun. Although I did hear that I did read on the SMM, the mod manager, the Satisfactory mod manager. They have a big red banner up at the top that 1.1 experimental breaks all of your mods. So if you like to play with mods, you can't play with mods with the nuclear, with the 1.1. So
Unfortunately.
do beware of that. All the more reason
who can't live without infinite nudge like me, maybe wait to upgrade.
Yeah, exactly.
And Volochrome notes that you don't really need nuclear to finish the game. It's supposed to be a challenge.
That's true. You don't really need it. It's sure, I don't know. I haven't even looked at a power pole recently. This statue is just not redrawing properly. But
Interesting. I wonder if that's a you issue or if the statue itself isn't.
well, we'll see
when
next
I saw
time.
it didn't have any of the none of the signs had loaded properly.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it is for me.
Adam says infinite nudge is stock in 1.1. Really? Can it do micro nudging as well as like weird rotations? Or does it just allow you to nudge more than 8 meters?
Yeah, because they need to have the full abilities of infinite nudge.
Oh, okay. So what they did, they removed the nudge limit and added vertical nudging. That's correct. So we got about half of infinite nudge stuff, which is really nice.
Okay, I am not liking our new server one little bit. To be truthful.
Yeah.
Every time, you go through a hypertube and you've got all new stuff on the screen to draw,
It takes a
it
while.
takes a while to get caught up again.
Yeah.
And we went by all the specs to get this set up properly. So either there's network congestion or
Looking at it right now, is it throwing a lot of errors?
it is not. Well, it's throwing some yellow errors.
A bunch of warnings.
Yeah, warnings, just not saying something's not supported. Lightweight collision components. But we get that a lot. Could not retrieve audio device is one error. Yeah, cannot retrieve audio device.
Yeah, that's silliness. Okay.
Why is it looking for audio devices? It doesn't need audio devices.
It does to broadcast the audio for the game.
Even like if you're passing by an object that's supposed to be making noises,
Yeah,
that might be. So we'll see.
yeah, we'll see.
But Lenora Hellman says, I'm really enjoying the nudging. It's making building so much quicker and smoother.
Okay, well, good. Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, that's why we all use infinite nudge before the update.
Okay.
But I do have to do an experiment that I've been meaning to do for a while, seeing if you can nudge a miner off of a node and still have it produce items.
Yeah, it looks like Doc's signs are just bugged.
All right. I'm on the second floor, and we talked about building the drone port. Okay.
Yeah.
So, do we want to go out there and build a platform for the drone port together?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to join you, or can I, or have me continue working on my project here?
How about if you tell me what you envision? Because basically, it's part of your logistics floor. So, I want to build it the way that you want it or envision it to be done. Okay.
Oh, get up. I'll head on over there. And actually, Garrett, how much do you care about the way the drone floor operates? The drone ports. operate?
I don't care at all. Let's just make sure to connect it up to the road so that we can drive things in.
Yeah.
And is the road this kind of slanted appendage going out towards the swamp?
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be the entrance.
Okay.
Other than that,
Ice
you
and
guys
I,
are free to do it how you want.
Ice and I asked Garrett, why would you want to nudge a miner?
For the most part, I don't think you would. It's just I think that you can nudge it off the node and then place a second one on the node.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's possible. It's probably not. They probably figured out how to deal with that, but who knows? It could be a fun little bug to exploit a little bit.
I'm coming down to you, Doc.
Alrighty. I'm just standing on the slanted platform going out there. And if you look over towards where we placed the statue, it's still not wanting to draw that statue in place. It's glowing through the building's wall even.
I have that glow issue all the time
Okay.
when dismantling any blueprints.
Well, we do definitely need to see if we can tweak some of the settings on this server to get it to be better. But right now, it's just not better.
So Garrett Caffeinated says that the server or the computer just said that even if you nudge the miner, it just says, "Is there a miner here? Yes or no." If there's one connected, it's connected no matter where it is. She couldn't put a second one on it.
Interesting.
Shucks. Ah, shucks. I just tried moving a miner, Lenora said.
And yeah, right above, building cannot be nudged. Darn.
Okay.
Okay. And that makes sense.
Did you do it in 1.1 or?
Yes, they were working in 1.1.
Knowing whether or
that
not
makes a lot of sense.
Fitzwaller says, Fitzwalker says, knowing whether or not something is connected is also bugged. Interesting. And they say other issues are nudging belts, lifts, mergers, splitters, or buggy as something we don't say. Okay. We haven't seen our minor friend, as in MINOR friend, since the last one Garrett noticed. Anyway, so what do you want to do, Robert? How do you want to do it? You want to go any lower than this current ramp to start building out, or do you want to continue the slant downward on these?
You know, I have a hard time answering there.
Okay.
So the original thought was I wanted to have it scattered amongst the trees as low as possible, but that makes it very hard logistically.
Yeah, it does.
And being down there means we're also then dodging the mines and the conveyors and all that stuff that's there.
Right.
There's also the problem with the ramp itself. The ramp it can't be at a steeper incline than this, otherwise our vehicles can't use it.
So
But
how
you
about
can turn the ramp?
So how about if we start the floor of it just right at the edge of this ramp, and I'll continue it. I'll just continue it throughout the swampy area here, make it a nice square. I'll go out until I hit rock, and then I'll move over to the south and continue building to the south.
I'm trying to envision some way of building it so it doesn't just hide the entire swamp, right?
Okay, what was the hotkey to make the daytime
Oh,
noon all the time? What was that hotkey? Was that Control L or Shift L or something?
maybe.
To activate the time of day one. May I suggest Hades instead of the other place?
Okay. Sky. Open. Haven't done this in a while. Well, I tried to open Sky UI, but the UI won't open.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start building regular platform out from here and see what you think, okay?
Oh.
But night is so fun, I see Night says. You got it. You got it to work.
Kind of.
Kind of. What does kind of mean in this regard?
I mean, the window itself is very, very slow to open and it kind of buggy. I think I got it though.
Okay. So we're set to noon for the time being.
Yep.
Hopefully it'll stay forever. Hopefully you hit the
Slideshow.
hopefully you hit the right key to make it stay forever.
Mm-hmm.
I've hit lag and I've got one of the spiders just staring straight into my face.
I hit lag and suddenly I teleported to the ground and I'm almost dead. Is the server issuing any warnings, Doc?
Just yellow ones.
Just the normals?
Just the yellow ones.
Okay. Well, today's the first day with the server, so there's gonna be bugs.
Yep. We're gonna have to just train the server, get it to auto cache everything as much as possible, and keep working on it.
Okay. The nice thing is, though, if you guys would notice that we got the Discord settings set properly, so Doc isn't hitching anymore, which is great.
Yeah.
What are the specs for the server? Icy Knight asks. Man, ugh. I can't talk.
Can't talk. We put 64 gig in it, right? Of memory.
No, we put 32 gig.
We put 32?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an i5 12th gen, if I remember correctly.
i5 12th gen, and we got the i5. Oh, wait a minute. Or did we get an i3?
I don't remember.
All right. What do I bring up to do it? Look at it.
DXDIAG.
DXDIAG. Okay, do you want to check if your drivers are digitally signed? No, I'm not care. Okay. DXDIAG. Okay. Okay. Windows 11 Pro, 12th generation i3 12100F, 8 CPUs, and 65 gigabytes of RAM, and the page file is 47 gigabytes, and 222 of it's already used. Okay.
Well, we can definitely look at further settings for better optimization later.
Yep, but yeah, it is an i3 and it's 64 gigs of memory.
Can I suggest when you start designing the layout that all the roads are one way?
That all the roads are one way.
Yeah.
What roads am I working with?
Well, for the drone, where the drone's going to land there, we're going to bring everything in by roads. right?
Okay.
Can we just make sure we have enough pathing that all of the vehicles can go one way?
Oh, I'd love to do that. So do you want to create, like maybe this is the any road that you're standing on,
Okay.
and we open up another one down the other side of the building that's the Audi side?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. I will make that so as well then.
Okay. And because this
So-
road is between 1 and 2, the final road can be between 5 and 6.
Super. I was just going to go where you had the open window, just like that one was pulled out of the where just above the open window. Okay.
That's fine. What's up, Garrett?
I did the experiment myself, and they are right. It won't let you place another miner on the same node, which is somewhat disappointing, but we expected there to be some protections for that. But what's really cool is that the new miner is some 50 feet in the air right now, which means you could build a factory with the miner itself in the factory, producing resources from a node that's however far away.
You mean vertically far away?
It should be able to be horizontally as well.
So technically, we can bring all of our miners into one centralized factory.
Yes.
That would be ridiculous.
It would be very long and frustrating, but yeah. Yeah. And it would be... we could do it.
So you can save my belts, Trumpet, yes. Well, an infinite nudge allows a pretty wide range. Like, you can custom set your infinite nudge amount. So your large nudge amount is normally 250, whatever. Like, I think that's, what is it? 250 centimeters? I don't know. Whatever, but we can max out at 10,000. Oh, their large is num plus. Oh, it just. Oh, yeah, you can get to go like 20 blocks at a time, Garrett. With
Now,
a large.
is this in
nudge.
our current version or is this in?
Yeah,
Really? So when did they update that?
that part's not updated. It's just in the config in the settings.
Okay.
So you can just set it to when you want to go nudge something a large distance, it'll go a long distance. That's cool.
Yeah, I've nearly dragged this miner halfway to the Gigafactory.
And
I
it's
haven't changed my nudge distance yet. I don't want to, with the, well, I have a blueprint ready.
So ridiculous.
Not
So-
that we're actually going to use it this way. Like, this is just plain cheating.
Yeah.
But,
you're just seeing what the limits of the program are.
yeah.
And I says, I think I'm just sticking. I'll stick to placing my miners on foundations. Okay, fine. Be boring. Says the one who used dark magic. Yeah. Captain, it's saying Garrett
Dark
being the one who
magic, at the
pointed.
very least, is already in the game.
So is this.
This is introduced by an outside force.
Okay, sure. And Captain, it says Garrett being the one to point out that it's too cheaty is kind of funny to him. Everyone agrees, Garrett, you're a cheater.
A cheater.
A cheater, McCheater, something.
Yeah.
A cheater, McCheater.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I don't have enough electricity out here.
Oh my
Yeah, I
gosh, this is
pull
taking so
some
long.
pulls temporarily out there, Doc.
Yep, that's what I'm running back to do. So that's a great suggestion, Robert.
Yeah. Great minds think
Okay.
alike.
Oh, hydrate.
Oh, that's right. I skipped a couple earlier because you were doing something else. So I did scan a hard drive when Icy Knight paid for it, though. But you did get a stretch as well.
Okay. Oh gosh, my Saturday I was using a post hole digger most of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Posture check from Rainbow Boy. Okay. Okay. Oh, no more slouching. Stretch that back. Ah, gosh. Okay.
Icy Knight because he likes a hover pack a lot more than a jetpack.
Okay.
He says, you know, you have foundations in a jetpack. Why do you need a hover pack? Wow.
Okay, here we go.
Doc is absolutely a hover pack enjoyer.
Okay. Oh, there's a take a power line from there to a pole right. There. Go from that pole down to here. Hmm.
By the way, Doc, I need priority mergers to do a little thing that I wanted to build in the basement.
Need priority mergers to do what you're going to do in the basement.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Um. Okay.
That makes perfect sense, right?
But we don't have priority mergers in the game yet.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna make them as mergers and then update them, I guess, when time comes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I need to. You know, I'm working with large scale overflows, and what I don't want to do is have the overflow from the first system bog down the second system.
Would
Right.
one of you guys please come to floor 2, section A3,
Okay. What fur?
to come look at this absolute spectacle?
I'm at the opposite end of the factory, so
And I'm outside. Just a second. I just want to lay these power poles across here. Okay. Okay. So there's a comment there. Make dog ragdoll onto a platform. Oh no.
this is like
Onto a
three-step-
platform on top of the Gigafactory with stun rebar. And then use Pulse Novelist to launch him off the roof. And maybe also have Varglet detonate nukes while Doc falls. Man, some of these people are cruel.
He's trying to one up himself every time.
That's just amazing. Such the imagination.
Can you imagine if that mind was harnessed for good? Gideon's outside shouting about something.
Yep. Probably some injustice by his sister. You know, sisters are hard things to get along with, of course. I never had to do that. I only had a brother.
In the first place.
What?
I don't know why they invented sisters in the first place.
Because sisters become women, and women are pretty nice to have as girlfriends and wives.
Why did they just skip the whole sister phase?
Why don't they skip the whole brother phase too?
Yeah, but it's alright though.
I think you're a little bit biased, Robert.
Yes.
Okay, so you want us up on the second floor, that is, Robert Garrett,
Yeah.
and go to A what?
It's near the stores that you put down.
Okay.
A3.
All right.
Yes, it's a yes. I see. Don't worry about it. Trump kid thinks we need to raise the bounty price on those custom kill orders. Yeah, I think so. El Grandpa's here, son. Looking good, Doc.
Where does it say that?
El Grandpa said it in chat.
There's an El Grandpa?
Yep. Yeah, they've been here once before, I think.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
All righty. Okay, so I think I'm pretty close to A3, but there's no markings on the poles right now.
Well, you're here. I see you.
Oh, there you are. Okay. So what do you got going here?
Take a look.
A miner inside the factory, and where's it getting the quartz from?
Quite a ways, basically in the direction of our space elevator.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jumpkin calls it quantum entanglement.
Yeah. This is just straight up teleportation of resources.
Yeah, that is interesting.
El
But
Grandpa
yeah.
says, I'm a longtime follower and lurker.
And lurker, huh? There it goes. El Grandpa.
You
No,
know,
I just set up this little thing to demonstrate.
I really like that being there. Like, that would solve so many issues.
What, being able to infinitely nudge it away from where it actually is attached? So you put it down with an H, and then you just kept nudging and nudging and nudging until it got here?
Yep.
That's crazy. Crazy. Okay. All right, back to my...
Yeah, like this way
Ask.
you could have like a spaceship build completely disconnected from the ground. It makes everything so much neater.
Oh, I kind of like that idea, yeah. That at least gives you a good excuse for using the tech. It's not just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Infinite Nudge is likely to go the way of the Dodo with this next update. Maybe there'll be another mod that'll unlock the ability to nudge miners like this.
Yeah, and there's no reason why Infinite Nudge won't just be updated.
All right, so I'm
Well,
creating...
with the mod, with the base game offering,
Offering more limited
Right.
nudge.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna leave that there. No reason to move it.
So, Robert, it's
sir.
going in over there. It's going in right on this floor here, right? Yeah, sure looks like it.
Yep.
So it just needs to meet up with the floor that's right there.
Mm-hmm. That you'll have to fill in. Yeah.
And you have to fill it in. Okay, that was my next question. How
Now-
much?
Now it does go in by a level or two. Garrett used the 1 meter slope.
Okay.
You'll have to go look because I think he used the 1 meter slope for that whole section that you have to fill in there.
And did it start sloping right from the where it was open and go forward?
I think so.
Okay, I'll go check the other one to make sure.
Yeah, but with the 1 meter, then he goes to the 2 meter when he gets outside the building.
Oh.
And Trumpkin says, "Yes, drums are now obsolete." Don't say that, or Doc will never use it. He loves him some drones.
Well, I'll start with the 1 meter, and we shall foundations 1 meter ramp. One meter ramp to the edge. And then once you got to the edge of the building, he started using 2 meter.
That's my guess, but I don't know for sure.
Let me catch this call.
Yep. Hit the mute again. So Redstone Ninja asks, what do you recommend the standard wall height to be in most factory floors?
He's still not muted.
Well, all I can do is mute the one mic. So.
I can hear him very clearly.
Sorry, the mic you're listening to and the mic they're listening to are different. So he's not muting your mic.
Okay. If that's the case, then I'm worried over nothing.
I'm not sure what you're saying by our current. Yeah, it's on the same problem.
So-
The missionaries are coming over to help haul wood.
Cool. So Redstone Ninja said, what height do you recommend the standard wall height to be in most factory floors? That depends entirely on what tier you're on. On earlier tiers, when you're talking about like the manufacturer and below, I think 4 wall heights is about right. That gives you enough room to fly up fly above the most machines. But once you get to the point where you're unlocking blenders and all the other stuff that's past that, I'd go to at least 6 or 8. Now that we have the particle accelerator unlocked, Garrett, how many walls high do we have?
Give me a moment to count.
Yeah. With the particle accelerator, I
Because
think that's the
they are
tallest one.
very high. I had to switch from the fuel that I was using before to rocket fuel just to be able to reliably fly up different floors.
Yep.
Yeah, we're currently working with 14 wall heights.
Yeah.
For our floors.
So yeah, it gets really
it is-
obscene if you want to actually contain everything. So.
Mm-hmm.
And the Void Hun is here. Says, "Hey guys."
The Void Hun?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Hey, guys. And they you said it was 2-meter ramps going from here up to meet it.
2 meter to meet it.
2-meter to meet it. And we didn't meet it.
You're gonna have to go measure the other place, I think.
Yep. Gonna have to go measure the other. Because I think the ramp angle is the same. I think he just used 2-meter going in from outside to from the inside as well. But I'll check it here in a sec. Now I'm not experiencing any hitching at all now that I'm staying in one place and it's yeah, so the 2-meter ones that I was using are the same. Yeah, it goes the 2 meters all the way in.
No, it doesn't go in farther.
Okay, so he only used
Use
one
meter.
row. I used all 3 rows.
Okay, so he does the
All
1
rows.
meter at the very top, going past the pillar.
Very good. Okay,
That's it.
that's it.
I am Bob 300,000 says, are you guys excited for the next update?
I am. I want them to get rid of the bugs that I've heard about anyway, and then I'll be very excited to play it when it's in the real release rather than experimental.
There are so many parts of it that are just going to be awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Like elevators.
I am
Alrighty,
very
meters.
excited about elevators. There are parts of the current system that are just overly complex for what they are, and elevators will help to really simplify those.
Yeah, plus they're aesthetically pleasing. They're just
Mhm.
cool looking.
And it's like, instead of having a dozen or a half dozen hypertubes on each floor going to different places on other floors, I can have just one elevator piercing through all the floors.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, it'll still be a bunch of elevators, one for each section, but certainly a whole lot better than the absolute amount of quantity of hypertubes I have now.
Yeah.
Killed by
Trumpkin
lag
says,
again.
my favorite is the new Zoom tube connectors to make a super can with a single loop accelerator. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. You could do that, can't you? Interesting. I didn't even realize that, Trumpkin. The
What was
fact
that?
that you could just lean, you just hold left or hold right to choose what direction you're going through on a tube.
Ah, that's right.
You can use the Y connector to create a loop back. So you just hold to the right to spin faster, and then as soon as you're going as fast as you want, hold left and it'll shoot you out.
Interesting.
That's awesome. I didn't even think about that, Trumpkin. Adam says, there's something about riding up the glass elevator slowly rising up my factory that makes me feel like a Bond villain. I get that, yeah.
Sounds amazing.
But yeah, we've heard of enough little issues that we just don't dare. Yes.
Okay, we have the ramp fixed, and this is going to be it's 4 wide. So, do you have any preference as to which is the inside and which is the outside?
No, but let me think. I think where you're at being in would be better.
Okay.
So this drone bay that we're building is for all the minor stuff that we don't want to train in that needs to be built on site. Archon says, I've seen more than a few people yeet themselves into oblivion or nearly crash their game using it as an accelerator. You can cut a hypertube travel across the map from 5-ish to 1-ish minutes.
Wow.
I wish that they would add some sort of logic to the game, because like you could very easily do some presets and have it automatically manage which way you go, so to shoot you the right amount every single time.
Loop right 10 times, then loop left once.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be some fairly easy automation, all things considered.
Yes, it would.
Nothing overly complex. But it's like in this game, we've got the power shutoff switches, which are logic adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that idea expanded in a future update.
Mm-hmm. Full logic.
Absolutely love to see it.
Full logic and
Because
sensors.
like, there's sometimes like certain factories that don't need to be on all the time, don't need to be drawing power all the time, and if you could set it up so that it sensed when it needed to be on, when it needed to be producing, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I agree with Volocrum's statement. He says, logic is easy, but it becomes difficult because most of the time it is stupidly heavy to load. So yeah, it's any time in the world you're loading tons of sensors and sensor data and keeping all that in memory at all times.
That makes a lot of sense. And with our server having such hard times already, maybe logic isn't the greatest idea.
It's a wonderful idea. They should do it anyway.
I still love the idea of having it in the game. This is one of the few games where I'm kind of excited to have logic. It gives a whole lot more depth to the game, a whole new layer of depth to the game.
Icy Knight made a comment a little ways back. He says, why is Icy Knight painting the foundation of asphalt instead of just placing it as asphalt? Because I was dumb and didn't think to do it before I started putting them all down. So, good catch. Once again.
Don't admit weakness, Doc. They'll seize upon it.
Absolutely.
Volocrum says Minecraft gets around it because it doesn't have logic. It just has redstone with quirks.
Redstone with quirks. Yes.
Yeah.
I watched some shorts about Minecraft builds this morning,
Yeah.
and there was a short about it was something about Minecraft is ridiculous. It was in with the title was the title. Anyway, with the idea that um, the latest Minecraft, that in 2022 Minecraft was fairly simple,
Yeah.
and that suddenly when they opened it up in 2022, they had these people who then took it to its limit and built this super computer. He described all the features of this computer, the supercomputer they built, so that they could play Minecraft inside of Minecraft. I thought that was pretty cool. So I'd heard about that, but I hadn't actually seen it.
Well, every time they add some new redstone device, that does something different. Immediately, everybody takes it and says, "Okay, now what can we break using this new block?"
Exactly. Where is its limits?
So, and I am
It's
Bob.
almost impossible for them to keep up with that kind of technical stuff. There's no way to balance a game like with people like that trying to break it.
Yep. I am Bob says, logic wiring games like these is a lot of fun. Agreed.
In great games like Minecraft.
Or even
I think he was talking
Satisfactory.
about Satisfactory.
I would love to have it in both games.
I think the way Minecraft is, just getting more redstone blocks is great.
So you're all for the increasing the feature set for using redstone.
And Factorio as well, yeah, Bob. Yeah, and the nice thing is with a game like Minecraft, you don't have to use the new feature. You just don't make one. Like they made the new block, the crafter, a little bit ago. It's really cool. For people who care about it, it changed everything. For people who don't necessarily care about it, yeah, it changed nothing. So
I think that's the best kind of feature.
yep. Here in Satisfactory, if they add in a new tier, oh man, it's like it's a new tier. You got to do the new tier.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, if you take the laws of PC power doubling every year, it's logical to assume that stuff like that may be possible. 10 years ago, we were already there were already kilobit computers. Then there were megabyte computers, memory computers. Yeah, absolutely. In fact,
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, they're reaching some rather hard limits without a radical change in technology, right?
well, okay. History lesson. I used to sell, 1 megabyte memory sticks for $38 a piece. 1 megabyte for $38 a piece. And of course, eventually they had, 4 megabyte, and then 8 megabyte, and then 16 megabyte, and it went up the, it went up the exponential scale, two to the exponent. And it kept on going up, looking out to 256 megabyte. And then you had these gigabyte chips, and then you had multiple gigabyte chips, and now we are where we are. The interesting part about that is that they started hitting a theoretical limit on the 486 chip, where the 486 chip just couldn't be expanded anymore. So they re-architected it to have multiple chips on a die, or multiple 486. So the Pentium was born with the idea that you could then put more CPUs on a CPU chip. So you have now the multiple, what are they calling?
Multi-core
Multi-core.
processors.
CPUs, yeah, multi-core processors, multiple CPUs on a chip. And then, of course, that'll have the end of its logical extension too, because it's a heat issue. When you got too many things going on in the same place too close together, it creates heat, and heat on the die kills the die. So you've got to be able to separate the, the lines where electricity is going through enough um, so they don't heat up the die too much. So that
Yeah. Well,
gets to be
also
challenging.
from what I hear, it's an issue of size as well. We just can't cluster enough things close together anymore.
Well, that's why CPUs have also been growing in size.
But the thing is,
Yeah.
the 486 single CPU die was a lot bigger than the current CPUs are today. Yeah, they were.
So it shrank at some point because now it's back to
Yes.
growing.
And now it's back to growing again. But yes, they figured out how to get those much closer together with some insulation of some sort or something. So,
I'm not saying that it isn't possible. I think anybody who says that something isn't possible is kind of fooling themselves.
yeah, exactly.
But it will, from what I understand, it will require a serious rework of today's technology to achieve.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's true. All righty. Let's see if we can put a high barrier here.
And Fitzwasser said he started on SimCity on a 286.
Yep.
Yep. I once had a 286 with the tiniest monitor ever, completely black and white, sitting on my desk in my bedroom as a kid.
Wow, back at the time when mom and dad allowed us to have
That was back.
computers in the bedroom.
That was back at the time before I had a speaker on my computer and before we had internet on our computers.
Now you're aging yourself. Okay, can we
Yeah.
use infinite nudge now to nudge
To rotate? Absolutely.
horizontally turn this?
Yes, sir. Press H.
Okay.
And what does scroll wheel do for you? Okay. Hold left shift and scroll wheel. Nope. Put that back. And then try right shift and scroll wheel. There you got it. Oh no. Okay, so what you gotta do is right shift and control and scroll wheel to barely nudge it back.
Okay, to get it to where it's the same
Yeah.
angle. Okay.
And frankly, Frank says, I watch all your videos. It's cool to see you live.
Thanks, Frank. Frankie, sorry.
Frankie Frank.
Okay, so I need to right click there. I'm going to turn this around that way. I'm going to hold down the right shift. No.
And Gontergrim just gifted a subscription to Zarhun.
Cool.
Or Zarun.
How did you get me to go up and down instead?
Shift and right shift and control.
Okay, I'm holding down the right shift and getting out that way instead again.
Okay.
And control? No.
Well, no, control just nudges smaller. So now try left shift. The controls switch around depending on exactly how you place it. Attempting a bribe to show him the other photo is going, oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't get it to do anything except turn sideways.
Okay, press H. Okay, now try each of the combinations. There you go. Pressing H and up will,
Okay, this is getting more than a little frustrating.
yes. Yeah, okay. H and shift and control and down. There you go.
Okay, now how can I get the rotation to be a little different?
Okay. Hold control, shift, and scroll wheel. Are you holding control when you do that?
Yeah, I'm holding control and shift and scroll wheel, and it's just
It's still
moving
doing
too
a whole
much.
lot.
Which means that when I zoop it,
It'll be too much. Oh man,
Too
getting that to be perfect is gonna be hard. Okay.
Okay.
You're gonna have to hit escape and go to your menu, change your mods.
Change my mods
Yep.
to what?
Well, just press escape. Click on mods, and you're already there. You're on the right hand side. You're already there. It says your tiny and small nudge mount. Your oh, sorry, we're looking at the rotation amount. Tiny rotation amount.
This one?
Yep. What's that at?
It's at 1.0.
Okay, no, leave it at 1. I think the control just wasn't quite right.
Okay.
Okay, so let's escape out of there, go back to it.
All right. Let's choose it. Choose it from here. Okay, so there I'm started.
Press
Now
H.
I need to press H.
And regular scroll wheel will get you mostly to the right angle. Nope. Oh, sorry. Shift scroll wheel.
Okay, that got me to mostly the right
Yeah.
angle.
Now it should be left control plus shift. Oh, and you hit enter. Hit enter again.
Did I hit enter?
Yeah, it opened your chat window.
Oh,
Okay. Shift control.
shift control just gives me the same. Way too much.
Okay. Why are all the nudge things gone on your screen?
On my screen.
Okay. I'm gonna go and try and do the same thing. See what's
Okay.
going on with my controls.
First time chat from Ugga Bugga. Hey, Tuck, I'm planning my first mega factory, wondering if I should make the whole factory a manifold or to try to split up the resources evenly. It would not definitely be a single manifold. And I'm not sure about splitting up resources evenly. But you'd have a manifold for, iron plate, you'd have a manifold for screws, you'd have maybe multiple manifolds for screws, or you'd have a manifold for various different products. And then you have to get those products to where they need to be used next. So,
Yeah. But we definitely recommend the use of manifolds over distributors. What were we
Load
calling them
balancers.
again? Load balancers.
Yep.
Because load balancers take up a whole ton more space, and you will find as you progress that space becomes a major issue. Load balancers take up way too much space, and they really don't provide any extra benefit that you don't get from a manifold by just waiting a little bit.
So when I pressed H, I was looking at Kippy's comments about pressing H to get the controls to show. Well, the controls are there now. They weren't there before for some reason.
Well, H is the one that should get you into and out of infinite nudge.
Yeah.
And if they weren't showing before and H brought them in, it means that you weren't in nudge mode.
That's weird. Okay. So,
We're not gonna get this angle correct.
we're not going to get it correct.
No.
Small adjustment is left Alt. Tiny adjustment is left Control.
Yeah, so it's like you have to hold left control and the appropriate shift button. And
the-
Caffeinated is absolutely correct. He says, I'm just going to say it, this is the reason why true infinite nudge is not in the base game. This is too tedious.
Much too tedious. So, how about if I just build railings up?
Well, I'm going to
here?
try real quick. I don't know if we've tried this before. I'm going to put a painted beam down. And I want to see if
you can draw the painted beam along it.
well, I know I can draw the painted beam. The question is, will they build on top of the painted beam? I don't think they will.
Okay.
No.
You'll have the same problem.
Let's see, bro. But if you wanted to, you can always stack painted beams or something.
Or I could hopefully build the rails on top of the painted beams, just for the up and down.
There you go.
So
So,
I will
Okay.
try the industrial railing here and start here and, okay, don't go up there. Good, heaven's sakes alive.
yeah, Fitzwalker, you definitely can make load balancers quite a bit more compact, but I think the modern railings will just snap to it. Will snap to the foundations without the beam there, Doc.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, like right there, it's snapping to the foundation, not to the beam.
Exactly. So that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to get rid of the painted beam
Okay.
and
Now-
go with the modern railings from the modern railings when they're going up the rail. Okay, there we go.
Volocrum and Gonzorgrim both said something interesting.
Okay.
Had some interesting comments about the logic stuff in Minecraft and stuff.
Okay.
Let's see. Volocrum says, for Minecraft, the issue is that it's completely hardware based. If you want to run Doom in Minecraft, you have to program Doom. If you program Doom in Minecraft, you need to program it in bits and cold hard logic. You need to be a very special snowflake to encode Doom in logic, and then program Doom in Minecraft block by block. Yeah, you're doing everything in less than assembly, basically, when you're doing it in Minecraft.
Yeah. And it makes me wonder if they actually
What's going on, Doc?
invented a computer that could understand and interpret a higher level programming language rather than just building it in machine code. Because if they build it in machine code, that's just, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I had a hard enough time understanding regular programming, and
Yeah, machine code was no fun, that's for sure. Because when I had my TRS-80 color computer, that's all we did is machine coding.
Why do those
And-
rails look like they're not lined up?
I don't know. I was noticing that same thing, but the
But you zooped
angle
it.
isn't quite right.
But you zooped it, right?
I zooped it. Yep.
Okay.
there's a reason why we only create the foundations for other programs in machine code.
Oh.
It's just
And Volocrum says, remember, assembly is already a higher level than machine code. Rough. I've watched somebody do a lot of assembly in a YouTube video, and that's it. I've never nope.
you noped out at that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I learned, it was all my instructors were saying, "Hey, you know what? There's this people have been programming in C for a long time. C++ is just the way to go in the future. So if you've done C in the past, you guys got to learn C++ now." And things have gotten only more complex since then.
Yep.
Oh, Volocrum had to learn it for electronics engineering. That's cool. And our
Definitely have to do with that.
IceNet wants to make AI in Minecraft with Redstone. Oof.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with that.
Well, it might not actually be all that difficult if you could find a way to create the neural net, because the individual components of AI are not all that
Hey,
complicated.
Garrett, that's a very big if. Come on.
What
A
is
lot's riding on that
Sure.
if.
what's
A
interesting?
lot is riding on that F. You're right.
What is really interesting while I'm watching this whole AI thing explode like it is that for a long, long time, it took them like 30 years to get to the point of being able to encode or understand the full DNA strand. And then now you've got Family Search and all kinds of different places just where you could send in your DNA, and Ancestry.com. Send in your DNA and match it up with other people that might be related to you, and it's causing all kinds of
And they get
family
arrested by
issues.
the doctor, by police because some relative of yours committed murder, and it's a cold case for 50 years, but they just digitize their blood and
Robert,
what?
not
It
quite.
happens.
But,
It happens.
It's happened.
And that does bring another major question to the privacy issue that we were talking about the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you willingly gave up your DNA, and when they
But no, it's your cousin willingly gave up their DNA, right?
right, and so they come to you asking you for the rest of your family tree so that they can figure out who the real relative is that actually has their DNA in the evidence locker.
Yeah, and that's I think a big privacy issue because when I give up my DNA, I'm not just giving up my DNA. I'm giving up Garrett's DNA, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
99% of it.
and that's where I really struggle with the privacy issue is my DNA is not just mine. You know, it's shared with everybody around me. And yeah, I don't know of a solution to that.
Now, how that relates to AI, I got no clue, but
Well, how
That's
it
the way the
relates to
conversation
AI
went.
is that all of a sudden we're talking about AI as being simple. And for a long, long time, and they've worked on AI since the 1950s. So 75 years later, we come along and AI is all of a sudden simple. Okay. Well, I don't think it's quite as simple as
Yeah,
what it
no,
looks, but what you're making it out to be. But that's kind of the way that we're going. Is all of a sudden we get the technology, all of a sudden we understand the technology, and once we understand the technology, it explodes from there. And it's just an amazing tool. But at the same time, boy, what's the next thing that was hard that all of a sudden is going to be easy, like quantum computing? Right now quantum computing is very hard. Once
but
they crack that nut, what's it going to do?
mm-hmm. Okay.
yeah. And it's quantum computing combined with something like AI is going to be 1,000 times more powerful.
The singularity. The singularity. It will be over. Hey Garrett, can I
What?
have your assistance at the very top of the factory, top of the tower at I think it's A4? No, between A1 and A2.
I'm on my way,
Adam.
slowly.
Adam says, I remember the first time I heard about them using family tree stuff on To Catch a Killer, or To Catch a Killer, not the TV show. I thought it was cool how they used it to catch that guy, but the implications gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
They know way too much about you now.
Now, I was adopted. Actually, I was adopted by my father, but I know who my natural father is, so that's no big deal. My mother was adopted by both of her parents and never knew her parents because she was only like 5 years old when she was adopted, and her mother died in childbirth to her younger brother, and so I did do the DNA to figure out who the descendants of my ancestors were that I didn't know, so that I could possibly peel back the onion and get more information on that adopted line. And I have quite a bit of information on that adopted line, which is kind of interesting, really. I haven't contacted any of them though, at least not yet. So, hey Garrett, are you working up above us? Looks
I
like
am
you are.
indeed.
Yeah, it looks like you are. The factory is growing.
It
It is
continues.
definitely growing.
I'm working on building up the outline of the tower.
Okay, so Garrett,
So what you need?
we can't really coordinate this without Doc hearing, but this is the platform where Doc's going to die on. Okay, and your job is you need to put a nuclear obelisk on each one of these towers surrounding this one, so after Doc dies, we can have the celebratory nuclear explosion.
On every one of the towers surrounding this one?
Right. So,
Okay, sure.
how do you feel about that, Doc?
It warms my heart.
How thorough should I be?
It could be just one nuke on each of the surrounding towers, but it's up to you.
All right, Robert, I've got the
nuke.
beginning of this platform done.
Okay.
It goes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 platform, 7 foundations to the west.
Okay.
It has an in drive and an out drive, and I've put the barriers on the outside of those to show where the end of it is. Okay, we can go as far to the west as we want to go. We might run into one very tall balloon that we might have to take down.
Okay.
One of those balloon things. But other than that, we should be able to just continue on out as far as we need to. At this point, I'm not quite sure how much space we need for, for the truck station, and then the drone port. Because the truck station will be to the front, the drone port will be to the back.
Okay.
Unless we want them to go in perpendicular. I mean, do we want to go in like we did? I'm thinking this through out loud.
Yeah.
I think we want them to go in horizontally. So we'll go along it, and then the trucks will turn right and go west. Pick up, and then head down. Head down toward the other entrance.
Okay.
So I'm going to put down a demo one down over here.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. You can kind of model one out and then get a better idea about what to do.
Exactly.
Apollo says, when you're talking about logic and satisfactory, where you're talking about a specific mod. No, unfortunately, it doesn't exist, and we were talking about wanting it to exist. So. There was one other comment I wanted to read by John Pilgrim.
Okay.
He says, speaking of the limits of computers and tech, I'm curious how far off we are from a biotech computer. The storage capacity of DNA and RNA dwarfs anything mechanical humanity has built, and the human organism for energy usage output is phenomenal. Crossing that bridge will bring about some amazing and horrific leaps in tech.
I actually occasionally watch a YouTuber called the Thought Emporium, and his specialty is bioengineering. And he managed to play Doom on neurons, if I remember correctly.
That's crazy.
So, make of that what you will.
Hey, Doc, the dock statue did finally work.
Oh, it did finally all draw in.
Yep. So,
Okay.
both dock statues are looking great.
Okay.
And Half Cat says, thank you for all the wonderful and amazing tips. I love your shorts.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm sorry, I'm concentrating really hard to try to figure out where the drone port and so forth is needed. And I think we need to go back. Yes. I think
But
the
can
drone
you guys
port will go in
imagine-
there.
Remember to feed your computer. Got it, Mom.
Every computer comes with like a glowing green tank above it where you're growing your own algae to feed it.
Have a cartridge of nutrient paste that you have to replace every day.
Right. Your computer actually develops a little bit of personality because if you're too mean to it, it'll. Oof.
Yeah, if you're too mean to it, it'll decide it doesn't like you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That could be too much. Okay. I'm going to drop this one down there, but Okay, well, that's interesting.
But what happens if you feed it after midnight?
Oh no. Okay. Horror
I'll just give you
film
one
stock.
word: don't.
Stock for horror film fodder. Okay. Yeah. Are we eventually going to be are we ever going to create the rocket fuel here at the Gigafactory? Or are we going to truck it in from, or are we going to train it in from,
I think we would do to train it in.
okay.
Or no, not train?
Or
I don't
drone it.
know.
If we're going to drone it in, I'll make a specific drone port for rocket fuel in this layout.
I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer that. Hallow58, first time chat on Twitch, says, "Hey, I've seen your YouTube. Didn't know you streamed."
Aha. Well, okay. Maybe
Stream-
we need to announce that a little bit more often on YouTube.
Yep. I
We
should
actually
probably
stream quite a lot.
we probably should develop a new little toast to pop up on our videos.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. We started streaming when 1.0 was released, and starting just this last week, we significantly increased the amount of streams. So Doc is now streaming about 20 hours a week. Monday through Thursday are public streams, and Friday is a members only stream that if you are a paid supporter, either a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you can join and hang out with Doc while we record an episode of Minecraft or Satisfactory. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and along with all that fun, members right now we're allowing members to come onto our Minecraft server and play with me on all those Minecraft streams. So,
And that has been a very popular thing, unexpectedly popular,
Mm-hmm.
and we're very happy about that.
I've had 2 monsters today and I'm still yawning. That's
Oh,
got to
no.
be a problem.
And Caffeinated says, "I'm there right now
Yeah.
on Minecraft."
I was doing an AFK session, but I finally figured I needed to get off if we were going to be trying to stream at the same time.
And the neat thing is we have a number of people who are playing. Now, we've only been playing Minecraft publicly for a week, but we had a couple people there who are brand new to Minecraft. Helped one person out figure out how to use pressure plates to open a door. That kind of new stuff, which is so much fun. Having a mixture of new players as well as a number of really experienced, really really good builders as well.
Exactly.
Yep.
Volocum redeemed Butterfinger.
Thank you. I was hoping somebody would pretty soon.
And Icy Knight says, "I love helping new people learn Minecraft." Yeah, Icy Knight has a YouTube channel as well. Icy Knight, you can post a link to your YouTube channel if you'd like, because he does creative builds, I'm pretty sure. And Cattle Roar, I think is the name, on YouTube says, "Will you share this save file when you're done with a playthrough?"
When we're done with a playthrough, as in Satisfactory?
Yeah, when we're done with this game.
Yeah, when we're finished.
Yeah, in fact, we already shared his Update 8 world. If you go to our Discord channel, you can load that up and see Doc when he first started playing the game, what he built.
Be
And
prepared.
Don't laugh too hard. Please don't laugh too hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see some you'll see some factories that are built on the grass, on the ground. You'll see factories with, oh, where I first started is just a nothing but a rat's nest of conveyors
Yeah, it
going
is.
here, there, and everywhere with only what I had to build the next thing, and no planning, and yeah, it was pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre.
Yeah, but that's how every first factory is.
Yep.
There's nobody starting the game who knows enough to plan ahead
Absolutely.
and make the factory look good.
Absolutely. Oh gosh.
I think the game
mean-
is most fun. Yeah, Captain says, warning, update 8 doc is not 1.0 doc.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference between the two.
The game is most fun when you're playing at your level and not trying to follow all the people online who have way more experience than you trying to do their stuff.
Yeah.
And
because it's just impossible unless you're following a direct one-to-one tutorial. It's just not possible.
and then you're not engaging with your own creativity and
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, Robert, I think this is, if you can see what I have on my screen, I think this is what we're gonna end up with.
Okay.
Trucks come down the ramp here, and frankly, you can turn left to go down here, turn right to go into here, and then we'll have another roadway coming down there to go to the other end and go back up. Now, the only risk in this one is that when they enter the roadway, there's a risk that they're gonna hit somebody. Or we could have like 3 lanes, and the first one goes in the first lane, second one goes in the second lane, third one goes in the third lane, and the only issue is when they enter the roadway, they might hit somebody, but they kind of stay in their own lane until
Yeah.
they get up there or something.
Are we using trucks or tractors?
Probably, I think we decided we were going to use the big ones, whichever they were.
The
I think
trucks?
the
Okay,
trucks.
then I think Icing Night is correct. We need more space. I think we need like 4 tiles wide on each
Neat.
side.
Need more space than this?
I'm talking on the road.
Oh, more
this-
space on this
side. Yes.
Okay.
And the biggest deal is that their turning radius is not great. And so it's not so much that you need space as a road, it's their turning radius makes it difficult to not have them run into stuff,
Okay.
right?
So I've made it 2, and you think 4 is appropriate.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
And we'll
I
put in
will
some
do so.
decorations and make it look good, you know.
Absolutely.
And Lenora Hillman purposely created a new save so you can go back and explore the old world. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would be cool, you know? That would be cool to do one. Because we did create a mega factory. We started in the grassy area. That's when you start the game, it's the far left one. You know, we chose the easy one.
Mm-hmm.
And so in choosing the easy one, I just started building, and then Robert suggested, well, you start building on platforms. Okay. So I built my first platform, and I built a few things on that platform. And then I needed a coal factory, so I figured out where there's some coal, and it was way down the bluff and in this big area down there. And, I just built it wherever. And my first coal plant was on in a lake. And it was just on the ground, and I had to go clear up on a bluff to get the coal down.
And every time you upgraded your miners, you just went down there and plopped down a couple of coal plants in among the trees and snaked some more conveyors over to them.
Yeah, exactly. So
I was tearing my hair out every time, but it was fun. So yeah, Hallow58 did ask how many people are you streaming with, and Gontagram gave the correct answer. My name's Robert. I'm Doc's son, and I'm the one who edits his videos. And Garrett's also here, also Doc's son.
Hello.
also Doc's son. Yes.
Yep. Welcome says, Robert, it's called organic architecture. Sure. call it that.
Okay, so if we're going to build, you said 4 tiles wide? Or
Oh,
3?
I mean, I want to point it out that he does have a point. Dad's early builds do look about as good as modern art.
Okay. Question: how many tiles wide do we need to have it for trucks? Did you say 4?
I think 4 is safe enough that we can make it look good. Yes.
Okay, so 4 foundations wide is putting it clear out there.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and modify the others too. So I'm gonna put down a truck station where I would be putting the truck station right there. Okay, and I'll move these other things. Okay. It's kind of like the philosophy: if you think you got enough room, double it,
Yep.
and then double it again. It's kind of like the way we used to estimate software development. Oh, it's terrible. Okay, software guys, you say you can do it in, name that tune in five notes, that kind of thing. Anyway, you think you can do it in 5 months? Okay, fine, 10 months. I was on a software development project and we had contractors. Contractors are always notorious for underbidding and setting the schedule way too way too optimistic.
Once they have the contract, I mean, it's going to cost you twice as much to go sign a new one.
So we gave them the requirement that it had to do thus and such, and basically the thus and such requirement was that it had to be able to be modified on the fly. Okay. When we got the software installed and they finally understood what we meant by on the fly, they said, you can't do that. You're gonna have to order a new piece of software to do that, to add on to this. Okay, that immediately doubled the cost of the software. And of course doubled the cost of the programming, because now they had to program 2 pieces of software, not just 1.
Oh, brother.
The contract went from 20 million to 64 million before they finally cut their losses and fired the contractors and took it in-house and deployed the software without many of the features we asked for, or you know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Less features.
It's just like, how do you ensure contractor integrity there? It seems just like a recipe for disaster from the very beginning.
Don't hire programmers as contractors.
Keep it in-house, yeah. The problem is, if you don't have the in-house expertise to do it, then how do you get the job done?
You develop the expertise that you need for an essential part of your business.
Oh. Too many MBAs for that, to do that.
Volcrum's like, oh, you mean on the fly.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, Doc. Can you please come to me? I do believe the time has come.
Bum 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 bum.
Do I need to turn on my recordings?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, I am headed towards Criminal Pheasant.
No.
Headed towards you. Where are you?
I am very, very high.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can I even
finding
get-
anybody in this place is incredibly difficult.
That's what we have a coordinate system for.
Yeah, those
Yeah, if the
unlabeled
person
coordinate
tells
systems.
you where they are.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
so-
sorry. I'm at 7A2. 7th floor, very, very top. Or on the roof.
How do I get on the roof? My hover pack won't let me do that, so this won't work.
Yeah, you need a
Jetpack
jetpack.
until you land on the next floor, then jetpack up to the land on the next floor. You calling it off, Doc? Call enough because you just can't fly that high.
Come on, you have to work a little harder for your own death.
I guess I do. I'm along the A side. Okay, you're on the 7th floor. That's fine.
Yes.
What coordinate?
A2.
A2. Oh. A is the north side of the building, right?
A is the left side of the building.
There is no left and right.
West. To your left.
Swamp side. A is swamp side.
He's allergic to death. Yeah, Doc, look up and to your left.
That one?
Nope, left by one more. Nope, stop. That one.
one?
That one. And I was intending to say hi to Whitestone Industry again. Good to have you here. We got your blueprint set up in the factory, and it looks really, really good.
Garrett's just going to need to work a little bit on the lighting to make it shine, but otherwise it looks really nice. Now, did some of those panels need electricity? Is there an electrical component to it?
I don't think so.
Okay, now I gotta.
Come on, Whitestone. Be nice.
My bags might be too heavy. to
Oh
get me up
no.
that high.
Yeah, and just land on this platform and regenerate. Land on that platform. There you go. Okay, now stop. Let it regenerate. Now fly to the next one. Let it regen. Very nice.
And who ordered this?
Oh, this was Icy Night. Come, join me on the pillar.
On this rounded platform?
Yes.
Let's see if I can hit it. I might not be able to hit it, Robert. I might have not be able to fulfill this because I can't get on the platform.
Oh, stop it. You're just crying.
Can I look at the view first?
Sure.
That view is pretty cool, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's this platform that we're on? Hi.
Hi. This is where it's coming. You know, it's gonna happen. I'm sorry. Can you please remove your jetpack?
Remove my jetpack.
Yes, sir.
Meaning, why?
Because this is going to be a death. Just put it in your bags. You have to drag it into your inventory. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to soften you up a little bit. Can't have you at full health when you hit the ground. Okay, Doc. Please come stand right here where I am, to your right. Stand at that edge.
Looking out? Oh, look at that. Look at all of
See?
that.
What a wonderful way to go.
Okay.
Garrett, your turn. Unfortunately, Garrett was not.
Wow, that's quite the ragdoll. Boom, bounce, bounce.
Looks like
I'm
gonna
sorry.
have to-
What?
I'm still.
You have to what, Garrett?
I was still alive.
Oh, no, they did go off. I just couldn't see them.
I completely ragdolled and fell that whole distance, and I'm still alive. You failed. Okay. Good grief. Damage to fix-it property.
Oh, don't you do this now.
I don't have a jetpack on.
Nope. Don't shoot me, Garrett.
Oh, is that the wrong one?
There you go. Now you can shoot him. I can keep him stunned while you take him down.
I think we got him now. Yeah, we got him.
The guilty party is right there.
Yep. Yep.
Somebody's reviving me. I'm twitching. See, I'm twitching still.
Oh, Garrett's so nice reviving you.
Am I?
But you're not. You're stopping just before I get alive. You turkey.
My gun is bugged again.
Whitestone says, you're going to avoid the warranty on fix-it property.
No kidding.
Put on your
they'll send us a new
jetpack.
model.
Obviously, I need to leave because I'm not in a healthy area. So
Oh.
I'd love to stay in chat, but
But I want to live. Oh, there you go.
Did it look spectacular with all those nukes going off?
no, I didn't see any of the nukes go off.
Yeah, we probably should have put the nukes on the ground instead of at the same height. We kind of missed it.
Oh well. Because yeah, I was far enough away I couldn't see the explosion either.
Oh,
And I was
really?
just on the next pillar over.
I could hear all of them going off, but no, Doc was looking at the ground where he was heading.
So Whitestone Industries, here is your masterpiece.
That looks so
All its
good in that
glory.
room.
Mm-hmm. We love the other statues, but that one fits the space so well.
Yep. And the other statue, I'll show you where the other statue went. And that was contributed by who was it?
Mega Meaty Bacon Man.
Oh, that's right, MMMB.
We need to put
And he's right,
a
yeah.
sign in front
Right here.
saying who built it.
Agreed.
Yeah, we just put it on the base. This one's still, according to my screen, not drawing.
Interesting. Yeah, on my screen it is working.
Okay. So-
That's really funny.
Next time I log in, it'll probably be fine.
Yeah, he says, it's in Garrett's cult hall. No, I think Garrett actually did a great
Cult hall.
job.
Cult hall. That is a very proper neoclassical room. Thank you very much.
Neoclassical, you call it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as close to it as I can get.
Okay. And so, Robert, here you can get a good bird's eye view of, well, if I can stay in the air. Come on, come on, come on. There we go.
Oh, barely.
Get a nice bird's eye view of the track going up. We can put the lines wherever we think we need them. And we're moving the drone and truck ports out.
Volgrim says, we all know that cults love neoclassical rooms.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we all know that? Because I'm pretty sure we don't all know that.
All right. I just need to move this one drone port here, and drone port and truck station. But this is kind of the layout. We left it 1, 2, 3, 4 width here to drive the trucks. And now we just need to destroy this one and move it over. And sports and
We do need to find some good alternative redemptions for doing Minecraft streams. Because
yep, we've worn out the ones that are there.
and just in Minecraft, it's just, we can't do the
Do the same things.
can't do the same things, yeah. And killing Doc is a lot bigger deal in Minecraft, so if we do it in Minecraft, it's got to cost like 4 times as much,
Yeah, because I lose everything in my bags and I lose all my experience. It's gonna have to cost a lot, like $1 million. $1 million?
$1 million.
I think $1 million would work, don't you think?
Sure.
Well, we could make a death chamber with a whole ton of hoppers to make sure that your stuff is picked up immediately and safe from whatever methods we use to kill you.
Industrialized Doc murder.
Yeah.
Okay, I would go for that. I would go for the fact that I don't lose all my stuff. That's the big deal. I mean, because you pay a huge price when you die in Minecraft. I mean, I'm really quite amazed that Minecraft has lasted so long with people playing survival mode, with the price being so high when you actually do die. Losing all your experience points that you've built up, and not being able to enchant anything until you get up in the 20s, and enchanting decently. So, anyway, and losing all your stuff. So, Robert is AFK for a moment. You heard the door open and close. He is probably just running to the boys' room. And so I am going to transport. I'm going to put a truck right here. And I'm going to drive the truck around a little bit, see how it goes. I don't have enough place to drive over here. Can't quite. Stop it! Okay, fine. I'll go over here and go back up. So I don't quite have enough space to drive over there yet, so I'm going to go build enough space to drive. Then I want to test drive. So I need 4 rows to drive on the other side of this too. So I'm going to go build up. Boy, it sure gets quiet when Robert's not here.
Yeah.
That is amazing. You don't realize how much he just jabbers. And anyway, not that that's bad. It's just okay.
Just
that sounded
jabber,
bad.
jabber,
Yes.
jabber.
That sounded
Jabber,
bad.
jabber, jabber.
Okay. Oh.
You're not gonna live that one down quickly.
Oh. Make the pixels. Whitestone says that one looks amazing too. Very creative with the Minecraft statue, using 1 meter beams and painting them to make the pixels. Yes. 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 Robert's gone. Quick, tell an embarrassing story about it. Well, I can tell kind of it's not embarrassing. It's hard to tell an embarrassing story about Robert. Robert was also serious when he was younger. Do you know an embarrassing story about Robert?
No, I was always the little brother. He was always so much older than me. He was just awesome the entire time.
Yeah, that'd be true. So yeah, it's although Robert did break his arm once, he was playing with some friends out in a bunch of, leaves that we had swept up, and one of his friends decided to pounce on him, and I could see it coming because Robert was in a bad position, and he was in a position with his arm up, and he got pounced on here, and his arm just caved over. So it just that was not a fun day for him, that's for sure.
Was that the same arm that he used the paint trick with?
Now that is an embarrassing story. We can tell that.
But not for Robert.
No, not for Robert. No. So Robert got into the red paint out in the shop, out in my garage shop area. Got into some red paint, and he painted the red paint and had it dripping down his arm. And he runs into, after he paints it that way, he runs into Mom, and he's crying that, oh, I hurt myself, and then there's all this blood going down his arm, and just Mama panics, just totally panics, and she's getting on the phone to call 911, and Robert's to the point where, oh no, I've really, I've done more than what I should have. And so he's trying his hardest at that point to convince her that it's just paint. Boy, did he get flogged. Oh, boy. Yep. Yep, he got flogged for that one.
Nothing like beating up on a helpless person, right?
Right. Okay. Was it blood or red paint? Because you said blood. It was red paint that he intimated was blood, and scared Mom really bad.
Didn't Britta egg him into it?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure if she did.
It really sounds like something that she would do.
Oh yeah. Well, Britta had her own break her arm moment too. We built a ramp for the boys to go over, kind of like a jump ramp. And in building the jump ramp, Britta didn't quite know that she needed to go fast over it. And she got up to the top middle, and she couldn't put her feet down because the ramp was too narrow. And so she ended up putting her arm out this way and ended up breaking her arm. So that was a not fun day for her too. And then Robert, when we first moved into a place we lived in Washington State, that he opened a gate and the buckle was just right at his eye level, just below his eye. And a few stitches later, we got him patched back up again after he opened the door and got his face in the way. All kinds of fun injuries. And that was while I was unemployed and had to pay for it all in cash. That was not particularly fun either. About making it 5 long. Okay. Why is it not making it more than 5 long? Okay. Isn't it making it 10 long? Come on, go 10. Yeah, there he goes. Okay. Was I not making it? Was I just making it 5 long there for a while? Okay.
Okay, all the windows are done all the way up to the top.
Way cool. Okay.
I still haven't decided what I want to do with the roof.
Yeah, the roof is going to be an interesting exercise. Now, is the roof going to be on top of the three things that you have there, or does the roof go one higher than that? Because you don't need logistics
The
floors.
roof is going to extend higher. There is going to be a partial 7th floor.
Okay. A partial 7th floor. Wow.
Of course, that's if we don't want to demolish the roof and make a real 7th floor. Because even if I add a roof, there's no reason that we can't still expand this entire thing further.
Yeah, exactly. And
So,
if we
yeah.
have to, we can let Satisfactory Calculator help us to extend that up higher again. But I don't think we want to. I just don't think we need to. Yeah. If we can't fit a factory in the 6th floors we got.
Tier 10, Dad.
It's my what?
Tier 10.
Tier 10, huh?
Tier 10 will break this factory, I'm pretty sure.
All I can say is I hope not. That'll be when 2.0 comes out, huh? Barriers in. Come on, zoop them too. Come on.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's a good new wall section.
Good.
Because I definitely need blueprints to build up this wall.
Okay. For the wall sections? Yeah, in between.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I'm done using your concrete for a bit, so you can do it for walls now.
Yeah. We'll see how quickly I'm able to build things because each one of these blueprints costs 144 concrete and 144 iron plate.
Okay. Yeah, you might
That's
might get stalled a little bit. Oh, we have to stop telling stories about Robert now.
What?
Oh, okay.
Well,
We can't talk about him behind his back.
We
Okay.
did a serious amount of talking about him behind his back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doc forgets that I'm the one with the massive Nerf.
Nerf collection.
Uh-huh.
And I'm the one. Well, you've got a shotgun, and I've got a rifle and a pistol.
Whoa, hold on. Hold on.
That's not what he was talking about, Dad.
Oh. You said Nerf collection, right?
Yeah, as in I'm going to shoot you with a Nerf gun. I'm not going to commit murder.
Okay, so autopilot disabled. Fine. Why can't it go forward? I'm in it to ride it, but I'm not going anywhere. Does it need fuel? It needs fuel, doesn't it? Okay, fine. Gotta put fuel in the thing.
So Frankie Frank was satisfied with the story. Okay.
I'm glad he was satisfied with the story. That was good. Yep. Yep. Told some good ones.
He made the road 1 foundation too wide and hasn't seen the chats to fix it. Did your road get a foundation too wide, Doc?
I don't know.
Huh.
I made
Oh,
it
it's 4 on the
foundations.
left, 5 on the right. That's okay. Although, Doc, I think I'm going to come out there and put some striping on the roads for you to follow.
Definitely. Yeah, those definitely. The striping needs to be there.
Frankie says, in my limited experience, Nerf does a lot less damage than a rifle.
Yes. It doesn't take much experience to notice that. Oops, I'm not driving on the authorized path. Oops.
Okay, this is just a demo anyway, right?
Right. I'm just demoing to see if I can actually go down the path, turn, go through the truck stop.
Good. So, Garrett, what was this story?
Oh, nothing. There was no story.
Darn it.
Garrett forced
And
me
it's
to tell it.
genuinely nothing that you would ever be interested in.
Okay. The more evasive you are, the more interested I am.
Don't know what you mean.
Okay, so here we load the cargo, and here we kind of come out into the truck area, and you can tell how well I can drive.
Volocrum says,
Looks like a drunken sailor when I'm trying to drive straight.
Volocrum says, you know what story it was, your most embarrassing one.
Mm-hmm. That one.
And now I have to tell my side of the story to redeem myself.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead.
It involved red paint. That's a good story. That's not the embarrassing one at all.
You gave it away.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so
gave
much.
It away.
Oh, that was one of my best stories ever. I knew Doc was nice. Was a good person. Only ever told good stories.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So I think we've tested it. You can take the arrows out. You can put the striping in the center to match the inside of the factory, to make 2 lanes going down the ramp. Whatever you want, however you feel a desire to do.
Okay.
But this is kind of does this look like it is kind of what you wanted?
Yeah. Yeah, looks good to me. Is the first one far enough over that if we wanted to create another row, we could just drive right past it and do another row?
Okay, why am I stuck here?
Get back in and leave the truck again. It just happens sometimes. Still stuck?
Still stuck.
Okay. I can tell you the really weird way that I fixed that.
Okay.
Build another truck right next to you, or a small car right next to you. Close enough that you can get into it from here. Yeah, it's too far away.
Yep.
Build it closer. And you jump in the other vehicle and then out, and it works.
Okay.
Iron plate production is not keeping up.
Oh no, really?
And I'm stuck.
I guess you're just stuck in a vehicle from now on.
Now I'm moving.
Now
Okay.
you're good. Icy Knight
Sorry, Doc,
says,
nothing to be done.
you are too cool to have any embarrassing stories to tell. Aw.
Mm-hmm.
No, here's the thing. The embarrassment is in my brain. Therefore, I remember all the embarrassing stories. Doc doesn't, because they weren't embarrassing to him.
Yep. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll just continue building this out if you want me to, um, or 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 whatever. My bags are exceedingly full of things that I don't need
Well,
anymore.
somehow you got all of the quartz in your bags from Garrett's little test thing.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
So yeah, you should have to.
Yeah, I need to go somewhere to dump
Or
this stuff.
maybe from building and deconstructing a bunch of very quartz intensive builds,
Such as
Oh
the
yeah,
buildings
there you go.
such as the yeah,
the two statues that
the
we just put up.
statues. Yes, exactly. Do we have a dump place here in on this floor?
I don't think so. Did you
Did I what?
did you measure out exactly where these go, or is this just kind of a general guessy guess?
It's not a guessy guess, no. I started at the edge here. I started at the edge and I measured exactly how far I wanted them apart to make sure that we could get into here, into each truck station. So yeah,
Okay.
they're measured, distance apart.
This one's different.
How is that one different?
I think the truck station is just one tick too far.
Too far which way?
Too far to the right by one. Yeah, it was just one tick over.
So you just put it in the exact same place.
Nope, I'm over by one tick.
Okay.
That's all. Everything else, it's identical. Okay.
Okie dokie. All right. So, that's kind of the pattern. And I added more.
Oh, Mega Meaty Bacon Man hasn't seen the statues.
Okay.
Well, we gotta fix that.
Yep. Garrett, quick, kill Doc so he can see the statues.
What are you doing? Why are you
I'm getting used to the statues.
I can get to the statues well enough, thank you.
No, it's fine. We can help, Doc. Let people help you.
Let us help. See how helpful we're being and see how he denies our aid.
I don't know what to do with these guys. No. Did we blip on the on chat on Twitch or something? Because we got a new line here for the.
We did have a blip.
So here's the one that's drawn correct, and it's doing just fine. This one's just not drawing very well. Might have to deconstruct and reconstruct. I don't know. This one, bold and beautiful.
Say something, Doc.
And this one's bold and beautiful.
Volcom saying the mic is messed up somehow.
Really? But it got messed up just recently. Then the other statue is over here. Yeah, something's wrong because I'm not getting the feedback in my ear like I normally get it.
Okay.
And Trumpkin says it sounds okay. Audio
Sounds
like.
echoey.
And here's the other statue.
Oh yeah. Well, no, it's not actually a problem. It's a problem with Doc on client side because when I go in there, it works just fine.
Yeah. Yep, that one is pretty.
Okay. I'm gonna force close OBS and restart it.
Okay.
Okay. So, guys, you'll see a short blip, but everything will come back in just a moment. Of course, as soon as I actually get.
We are not live on you on.
Okay, I think we're back on
Yep,
YouTube.
we're back on Twitch. As
And
far as I can see, no.
YouTube doesn't like us.
Twitch is fine.
Gosh darn it, no, we lost it on YouTube. Oh. And back, maybe? No, that does not mean more kill, Doc. If you try to, I'll just redeem it and I'll just refund.
Okay, and yeah, it's looking like we're back on YouTube. Yeah, it showed me. Yeah, we're back on
Okay,
YouTube.
stream back on YouTube and Twitch.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, the OBS aired out this time. Usually it doesn't, but it aired out this time, trying to bring it back. So,
Okay. I'm seeing if I've got the garbage collection here someplace. If I don't, I should make one. I just had. There should be garbage collection with them all. If we can do that at some point. And special. Awesome sync.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, thanks for showcasing the statues. Enjoy the Butterfinger.
Oh, somebody redeemed Butterfinger. Yay.
Now, Doc, if you eat a second Butterfinger, you also get to be killed a second time.
No, nobody redeemed any Butterfinger at all.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
Well,
did.
if they redeemed it, I didn't eat it.
Oh, there you go.
So,
Everything's back. Hopefully, all the viewers come back able to find the stream again.
yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, Trumpkin did. He even thanks Trumpkin. I think he just didn't end up eating it.
Okay, come on. All right, I need an electrical pole. Electricity. It's not. Okay, come on. Electricity, power. There's the power pole, power line. There we go. Boom.
While Doc's getting his bags cleaned, I'd like to remind everyone that we are streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, and you guys can watch on whichever one you'd like to. At this point, because Twitch is still a fairly new for us, it'd be awesome if you guys like Twitch for you to go over there, at least follow Doc. It helps us out quite a bit. Also, I'm linking the Discord there in the chat. Discord is a place where we all hang out, and it's a whole lot of fun. One of the best things there is we have a showcase that's happening about once a month where you guys can post the cool things you guys are building, whether it's in Satisfactory or Minecraft, and then Doc takes a look at it about once a month live on stream, and his reactions are usually pretty fun to watch.
We have 335 printable coupons at the moment. And I don't know how many coupons we actually have in the depot. We have 35 in the depot. And 335 in the Awesome Sync.
Nice.
Yeah, I used quite a few tickets to build out that room
Ah,
with all the statues that I had to get.
okay. Well, I'm putting the other coupons into the depot. And I'm not sure how many coupons it'll hold. The depot will hold. But they are making their way up to the depot, so they'll be available. I mean, how much does it cost for that final statue? 1,000 coupons or something like that?
Yeah, something obscene.
All right. So we're going to have to get rid of this depot here and bend it around the other direction or something, get it out of the way of the path here. So do you want me to help continue working on this with you, Robert? Just
Yeah,
continue,
I
like,
haven't.
more drones and ports and stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't really engaged with this just yet. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Volocrum asks, actually, no, first Icy and I asked, are you going to look at other people's Minecraft builds on the server on Wednesday?
That would be cool to do.
Yeah, it's not going to be an every Wednesday thing, but if you guys have something specific that you'd like Doc to see, sure, absolutely. That'd be really
Yeah.
fun.
We're becoming a Minecraft slash Satisfactory slash Minecraft channel. Ryuzaki Sensei says hi. It looks like a wave there.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. So,
And have we heard about the Pass It On event for Satisfactory? Somebody mentioned it last week, and Doc and I haven't really talked about it to see if it's something that Doc wants to do.
what is it?
So some YouTubers or content creators, whatever, created a Satisfactory world, and the idea is that they pass it from one player to another, and each one adds something to the world, makes a video on it, then passes the world on to the next person.
Huh. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Is it something we want to do?
It's up to you. I think it would be cool. Left by one tick.
So farther away by one tick?
Yeah, that's it. The line on the foundation goes right
That's
to the
right
center.
through the center. That's right. Okay, tick. And put that in there. And moving right along to the next one. And drone ports. And truck station.
Oh. Volcrum says some streamers have been asking that involving Doc since they love his builds.
Okay.
Nice.
So some streamers are trying to recruit me.
Yeah, they said they're doing it to build awareness for a charity.
Okay.
Well, Volcrum, if in Discord you could send me or Doc some contact information for it.
I would be glad to take a look at it. I think it would be an okay thing to do. I don't see any reason against it. Do you?
Yeah. Oh. If we could fit it into the schedule and everything, that'd be sounds like fun.
Truck station again.
Oh my gosh. Lag. And it's like, for the time that we have it, all three of us will jump on and to build something really nice. Really cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like it's a group decision to do it. So
Ember is here on YouTube, says that's a cool drone setup.
Thanks. Okay. So the question, okay. So is that going to be the kind of the white line, and the to the right of toward the building side of that white line is kind of the shoulder? Robert, are you not at your computer?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So right now I'm trying to just draw in some guidelines for where to drive. We'll actually paint the road in later. This is just trying to keep us driving within a certain boundary.
Okay.
So
So basically that's the white line at the edge of the road.
yes.
Okay.
And Benny says, I would like your stream. They're just so chill.
The compressor must have worked, because I didn't notice that it was on until it just now turned on,
Yep.
and which means it didn't do the thing where it just blew up and had to the overflow valve.
Yeah.
So that's good, I guess. Except for the fact that it's making
Can you guys
noise
hear
out
that
there.
really loud background noise? You probably can.
What kind of noise is it?
It's the
That's the air compressor.
air compressor.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you might be hearing my air conditioner through my microphone, but it's not triggering my microphone.
And it turned off. Okay. My compressor was not working the other day. In other words, it just went on because we used the compressor to blow out the dust, most of the sanding dust that we've been getting from sanding the spackle that we've put up. And so we've been using the hose to blow it off, blow it out of our computers and stuff. So anyway,
Katie decided to have fun spraying a whole bunch before he stole the hose. So that's why it turned on.
okay. Didn't you
do
tell
it
me?
yet?
I haven't done it yet because I couldn't find them.
There you go.
Hey, Butterfinger time. So, okay. Check out, you already banned that person, Robert? Okay. Okay, Caffeinated took care of him.
Yeah,
Thank you,
open that
Kathleen.
packaging is really loud.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Appreciate it, Caffeinated, for doing that. Thank you.
All righty.
Thanks to the hard work of our moderators.
Yep.
Okay.
So do people like what Volacrum just took care of?
People like what?
So how do you detect that so quickly?
Detect what?
The person who was just banned.
I didn't see it because it didn't happen while I was here. But typically, they actually come with that red box around them already, because they restrict their chat, and you have to actually look at it and say, yes, this was spam or not.
Oh, okay.
So usually, yeah, it just starts with that red box. Like, yeah, get rid of it. So
And so it starts with that red box. It says it's restricted, and then caffeinated reacted to the box. Okay,
yep,
cool.
which means I don't believe anybody saw it besides us.
Besides the moderator people.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think I've got one more in this row. So it automatically gets marked with the red box and the title, likely ban evader.
Yep. And Nathan Zaber says, "Morning, Doc," from Oz.
Oh, you're clear in Oz. I mean, Dorothy was able to get there, but she had some ruby slippers. Nathan Zaber, glad to see you. From Oz, is that a place or is it?
It's Australia.
Oh, it's Australia?
Yeah.
I didn't know that Oz was Australia. Okay.
Yep. I have no idea. No idea why Australia has that nickname, but it is. Yeah. Okay, so Volcrum says that one of the organizers would love to explain it to you on stream right now. If you're up for it, he's actually live right now as well.
Okay.
I'm guessing it would be a Discord call.
Explain what?
The basics of how the charity event works.
Oh, sure,
If you'd like to.
sure.
Yeah.
He has a name,
Yeah,
right?
that's...
So you're going to put him in the voice chat so we'll be able to hear him? Is that the goal with this?
Okay, I'm going to message you directly, Volcrum, so we don't have to discuss it, just whatever, but...
Can I mention how weird it is to have people talking about us when we're not around? Right?
Yep.
Suddenly we become big enough in this space that our names come up when we talk about this kind of thing. So that's really cool.
All right, drone ports are all hooked up. One of these drone ports has to be for, in fact, I'm going to have this last one here be for fuel. So I'm not going to truck the fuel to everywhere else. I'm just going to put a floor port I'm just going to put a floor port here. And I'm going to put a floor port every one of these too. And it's going to be for fuel. So fuel will come up from below this to each one of these ports. And just kind of like we've done with everywhere else, only here it'll look a lot neater. You're all pretty popular on YouTube. That's where I found y'all. Yeah, Nathan, I appreciate that. Shortened version of Aussie, which is already a short name. Yeah, that's true. My hands and wrists took a beating when I was doing the post hole digger.
Yeah.
My left wrist in particular, because if you were able to see my left wrist, you'd see a scar running down the middle of it. 3 days after I retired, I was loading up a trailer, so that for whatever reason, well, were we moving up here already? I think we were, weren't we?
You were loading up a trailer for some sort of. No, we weren't. No, it was a year before we even bought this property.
Yeah, and loading up the trailer, and I started falling backwards. And I don't remember anything from knowing that I was off balance to being on the ground with a lot of pain.
Underneath a tarp in the dark.
Well, the tarp came with me because I was trying to hold on to whatever I could to stop my fall.
Right. So you were under a tarp, and when we ran out there, I couldn't find you.
Yeah, people couldn't find, Mama Doc and Robert couldn't find me. And but basically, what had happened is I had fallen backwards and just broke my wrist. The interesting thing about it is I went to the emergency room and I could tell my wrist was all kind of bent out of shape. And so after it was pretty much all done and they had put the cast on it, I said, "Did I break it?" Because they didn't even tell me that. And they said, "Oh yeah, you broke it." And so after I got the appointment with the what do they call that doctor? The doctor with the weird saws and knives. Yeah, anyway. When
The secret serial killer.
something like that. Osteopaths, the guys that put your bones back together. After I got the appointment there, he said,
Ortho.
"Well, an orthopedic." Yeah, there you go. Orthopedic doctor. Okay, fine. Thank you. When I got to the orthopedic doctor, and hey, I've had enough experience with 2 knee replacements, 2 hip replacements, and now a shoulder replacement. I ought to know that's an orthopedic doctor. But, sometimes the brain doesn't bring it to your mind quickly enough anymore. Anyway, so he said, "Well, this one's between a 9 and 10 out of 10 is how badly I broke it." So,
Okay.
not cool. Go for
Okay,
it,
so
Robert.
Doc, we have a group set up, ready to get you in on the chat with Volacrum, and looks like his name is DC.
DC?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to mute you on my end. I hope that doesn't mess. I'm trying to figure out how we do it so he can hear you.
Oh, we do it the same as Garrett, right? Same as we do with Garrett?
But Garrett has to mute you in order to make that work.
Interesting.
Give me a second.
Can't bring him into the same channel that we're already in?
No, unfortunately. Even if we invited him, it would still start a new group.
Oh. Okay. All right. Ladigan Master. Io, I didn't know you actually live stream here. Sounds like a sufficiently unpleasant experience. Hope you recover well. Mostly did. It's it's not been a year yet, has it, Robert?
No, it hasn't. Thank
Yeah.
you. When the stream restarted, it started with the old title again. Gosh darn it. Thank you, Icy Knight.
Interesting. Yeah, let's play together Minecraft is what the live stream studio says.
Minecraft. That's not the game we're playing.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Okay, time to build a drone bay. It's got the new title now.
We have been having a lot of fun with Minecraft, and we'll definitely be
We'll
playing
continue
more
doing
of
that. Yep. Continue doing that. Yep.
Gosh, the break going to Minecraft was definitely needed.
Okay. I'm letting them know that we're ready for the calling time. So, Doc, when you get a call from Discord, you'll have to swap over, okay?
Okie dokie.
You'll just answer it like any other call.
Now, will it just be Doc?
It will be Doc and me, Garrett.
And
So we'll come back to your call as soon
will our
as it's
users
over.
be able to hear us? We're hoping.
Say what?
Will our users be? Will our
Yes.
live streamers be able to hear us? Okay. Do I have to disconnect from the current one in order to get a new
You'll be
one
automatically disconnected when you when you join the new
when I
one.
answer it? Okay. Accept request. Just a second. Let me hit the escape key over here and accept the request. I'm a human. Play Call of Duty. No, not. Wrong thing.
What was this notification from?
COD Warzone request.
From what application?
It was in Discord.
Weird.
So I thought that was the request for the thing, and I didn't read it well enough before I.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, resume game. Are we still waiting for his call in? Is that
Yep.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Caffeinated says that this Minecraft update looks insane. Yeah, they did a lot of good stuff.
Yep. And as soon as they get the bugs out, we'll just jump right in. Indirect Connect says just beat the game for the first time, only to wipe my server so I can start over and make actual buildings for my factory so it looks cool. In other words, you raced right through to the end. And now you get to do cool stuff. That is good.
But generally, I wouldn't recommend restarting. Just destroy everything that you've built so far and rebuild from scratch in the same world. It
Oh,
helps to have
that's a
everything unlocked
suggestion,
from the
yeah.
beginning.
He says there are factory mods for Minecraft. Yes, there are.
Okay, I
We've
missed
looked into mods like Create, but we've got
missed-
a lot of.
You missed something, Robert?
Yeah, sorry, Garrett. I missed a message. We'll do the call as soon as we're done with our stream today.
Oh, okay.
And that'll be in another 40 minutes.
So our streamers won't see the screen. Well, I haven't had that experience before. Now that connected just fine. Why is this one not connecting fine, Robert? Maybe it's just a notch too far over? Okay, that connected. Now I have to see what happened below. And lift was backwards. Okay. Probably going down instead of up or something. Okay, now. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. So it didn't want to connect properly up above because the underlift was going the wrong direction. I must not have put the upper lift on because I was relying on the upper lift to give it direction. Okay, I am over here. Actually, I'm going to just put a conveyor belt here into this one. And I'm going to put it on straight.
So what is this conveyor for?
This is going to be the feeder for the turbo fuel, the rocket fuel.
Oh, that'll be nice. Keep the spaghetti out of the way.
Yep. That's the point. Yeah, and I'm just trying to draw it straight. I do like straight mode in the respect that it helps you draw it straight.
And Nathan Zaber asks, is this the Uber Mega Factory? Yes.
Or Gigafactory.
The Gigafactory. Not the Terra Factory. That comes next week. Or
Next week?
year?
Next week? How about next year? How about next decade? I mean, gosh, I'll be old and gone before we're able to finish the Terra Factory. Ugh.
Yeah, you'll be developing gray hair by then. Ah, messed it up.
Me and Robert will be two old man streamers, just like Doc is now. Long
gosh.
after Satisfactory's actually died and people have moved on to bigger and better things.
Well, it's like, that news story from a couple months ago of the kid who finally beat Tetris or whatever that thing was with Tetris or something. And it's like, yeah, people stopped playing that 30 years ago. Thanks.
Oh my gosh. I will
You
be the
actually
first one
beat
to say,
Tetris?
with your monitor, Caffeinated Junior. And Nathan Zaber has a question for Garrett.
Yes.
The lights shining onto the storage boxes in the mall, what are those lights or panels? He saw them when Doc showcased the new mall. They were on the ceiling.
Oh, those are street lights. Those are the normal street lights. I set up a painted beam behind it to place them on, and then I used infinite nudge to rotate them. So most of the body of the street light is inside the storage containers, with only the barest tip of the light poking out of the ceiling.
Yep, they're clipped in, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, clipping is the only way to get some effects.
And the creativity that is necessary a lot of times requires clipping.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've done a lot of clipping, specifically with the street lights, to create lighting in a lot of different places. Because, like, the lighting options are very minimal. Very minimal.
Oh no. Nathan says, spent hours looking. Cheers. Oh no.
Well, I'm glad I was able to help you out.
Solving the problem that you caused by making it look good.
I'm not gonna apologize for making it look good.
All righty, we're getting this here. Yep, keeping all the spaghetti underneath, Robert.
I like that. I like it a lot.
Yep.
Hide the spaghetti.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and put a bunch of rocket fuel in the one drone port that's supposed to be dropping it off, and let it unload into this conveyor system, and then I'll go check each drone port to make sure that they're getting some.
Well, that's one wall complete.
And then as long as each one is getting some, I can be assured that the drone port, when I make it active, will be supplying to all the others.
So Arkan Azrael says, does that mean you can have some flying spaghetti when you look up from the ground?
Flying spaghetti. Is that what you call it? Flying spaghetti? Are you going to put the partitions the rest of the way to kind of block the way, or is those just... I think that would be a good idea.
I'm trying to decide if
seems
this is
posing.
temporary or permanent. I think this is temporary because I think I'm building these so we drive the trucks inside these lines, and if we hit anything, we have to redo it. but then we can move them backwards to make them less restrictive for the final decoration. That way the trucks in their jitteriness have space to move, right?
Okay.
Oh no. Wabbit Season says, woohoo, it's 82 degrees right now inside my house. Once it gets to 91, I'm going to go stand in a corner since it'll be 90 degrees.
Wow.
Uh,
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing, Garrett? That'll happen in the middle of our summer.
Doc, it's the corner is 90 degrees. The angle of the corner. 90 degrees.
Yes.
That's the joke.
Oh. Oh.
I thought about that one for 2 minutes before reading out loud, so I could figure out what to get the joke.
This isn't going to be wide enough to drive the truck in here. This is going to have to be moved over to at least the middle, or if not the edge.
Let me. I debated whether to make it wider or not. It's
I'm going to watch.
okay.
See.
It might not be. I might need to give it a bit, but I intentionally made the roads 1.5 wide.
I mean, okay, it fits, and that gets you nice and close to it. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's my hope, is to keep it as tight as possible.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to record it using crappy fuel that makes it slower,
Okay.
and then yeah,
Like put some biofuel in it.
yeah, something like that. Doc, you don't. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm testing. Why can't? What do you mean? What am I doing?
You're pulling out a whole lot of rocket fuel.
Yes, I am.
Hey, German Chips is here. Hey, how you doing?
I am late. Fill me in about your plan. Well, we built this area to the west of our gigafactory. It's where we're going to put the drone ports, and trucks are going to bring them in this ramp and out the other ramp that you see down there. So right now, I am filling this one with because this drone port is going to be the rocket fuel for the gigafactory side, and I'm just making sure each of the drone ports receive fuel, and so far they did, except I didn't have enough to get all the way to the end with halvesies going all the way. So we got a first time chat over here. Go over here and see. First time chatting. DTBM 95. He's gonna blow up the world.
Oh, that's Corey.
Yeah, okay. I was sure that was Corey.
DTBM 95 is Corey.
That's Corey. Hey, dude.
Okay, Corey, thank you for coming. It's nice that you're with us. Yep, 20 there. And none here. There's 10 that just showed up. Good. And this
Chips says, that's really cool, but does Garrett have a purpose?
Sorry, what? Excuse me. Looks like I'm catching shade left and right.
You know, caffeinated answer, that's hard. It's not an inside joke. It might be a genuine threat, but I don't think you should ban him.
Stroking my
about Corey.
beard
Yeah.
is for free labor in the Gigafactory. Look at this beautiful wall he's created. And the windows all the way up so far.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. And what's this wall?
I have no idea what Garrett's building there.
A little bit of experimentation.
Okay.
Are you
Probably
trying to
just gonna
build a
end up
flying
taking-
buttress? Not a flying buttress,
No,
sorry, just a buttress.
actually, but
Oh, okay.
well, okay, it would be a flying buttress if that was what I was going for.
That's
but
right, it is detached, but
So this, what is
I just-
this experiment? You're building these out of foundations.
I am.
okay.
It makes for fewer pieces.
And it's flying above the ground, or is it on top of this
Um,
conveyor going
it-
through it?
It will go all the way to the ground in the end if I determine I like it, but
Okay.
right now I'm just putting in enough to see what the effect looks like.
Okay. Interesting. Is there a hole in the middle of it?
Well, right now it's just a facade. I mean, there probably will be a hole in the middle of it. There's no reason for me to fill it in.
Okay. Is it going to be an elevator shaft in the middle of it or something?
Nope, this is not meant to be a functional piece. It can function, but no, this is just for aesthetics.
Okay. So, Garrett, Robert, are you ready for me to put a barrier on this outside edge, or do we want to still leave that open in case we want to go farther out?
That's a great question, and I don't know.
Okay.
We definitely don't need this much just for one road.
Mm-hmm. Although you could definitely have two lanes there so that they could come out in different lanes of of traffic. But anyway, leave it open in case trucks want to commit Sudoku.
Seppuku?
Yes. Yes. So giving them the 1.5 wide.
someone-
Go ahead.
I'm sure someone somewhere is very offended by that.
And Lazarus 101 is with us. Says howdy, y'all.
Howdy, howdy. Okay, so we're 20 minutes to the end of the stream.
Yep.
And so I'm wondering what kind of things we want to button up here. I see you're putting in some striping. So that's center striping down the center of those rows, and the left one is
So this is just our driving guide. The actual road is not going to be exactly here. This is just we want the when we're putting in a new truck, we need to drive it along this line. Period.
okay.
Inside those lines. So I still need to put the turning radius in there. You know, get. I want to make putting the trucks in a lot smoother than what it was putting the tractors in.
Okay, sounds good. Super inspiring seeing your builds and tips as someone laboring through the mental jump from tier 2 to tier 3 stuff. Yeah. Yeah, those pretty steep learning curves at the very beginning. And you get to 2 and then 3 and then 4 and then 5, it kind of like goes like this. So thus you see the reason for this this factory build here, because we just outgrew the other factory after a while.
quite true. We just outgrew it.
You want me to go connect? Interesting.
So it's I know if you're trying to hit this, it's going to end up cutting the corner just a little bit. So I'm just putting that corner in there so we can, it's okay to cut that corner a little bit, but we're still going to try not to cut the corner.
What do you think about this? Putting that barrier right like that between the one barrier and the next round, quarter round.
That's fine. Again, this is all temporary, right?
What do you mean it's all temporary?
So
You're going to get rid of the barriers after you train the trucks?
yes, that's what my thought was. I want to constrain us as much as possible when driving the trucks, and then as soon as the tracks are built, we take away the constraints, so then they're less buggy overall.
Okay, I'll
So-
put in the constraints then on this side.
Training wheels, so to speak. Yes, Trumpkin. Because these are big trucks.
And we're going to redo the pathing if we don't get it right the first time, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a necessity.
Yeah, which we really didn't do before.
Yeah. Now, this is going to be a fairly short track. I mean, we're just doing a single loop. Lay Degen Master, this factory we have right now is an empty shell. It has nothing in it so far, except for we're pulling resources into it. Our previous mega factory went all the way through tier
8.
Yeah, all the way through tier 8, right? This is us saying, by the time we got to tier 8, we were cutting corners and stuff, and so we wanted to do better for tier 9. So that's why this is here. So don't worry about it.
You're one block too far out over here.
I was thinking about that, and here's the thought. First off, is this a 1-lane or 2-lane road?
I meant this to be a 2-lane road.
Okay, which means
And I also meant for
so it's
this
2
out here
lanes.
to be 2 lanes.
Okay, what does that out there need to be 2 lanes for?
So that we can bring trucks out and not have them run into each other is all. Just a second lane for them to,
So when are they going to merge to 1 lane?
well, wherever they're going inside the factory. I don't know. I mean, we can cut it short if you want. But I wouldn't have it turning in before the ramp anyway.
Well, okay, so at 4 lanes wide, it's just too narrow to do 2 full lanes. No, oh my gosh, really?
Four
I
partitions,
lost
right?
connection.
Okay.
Now I have to find what section of this has enough power for me to get to the edge and back up. Okay, there we go. I'm back. And Whitestone Industries says, all I can say for trucks is good luck on dedicated servers. They are interesting, to say the least. Yes.
He calls them interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, the trucks do have AI detectors. They don't run into each other, but it can be finicky. Yeah, and we've seen that. And that's part of the reason for this particular layout as opposed to other ones we've had.
Huh, way cool. Yeah, that works too.
Okay. I think this is just fine.
Did you see what I did?
What?
You, you said this is just fine. You're talking about this corner?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And so you think leaving the barriers in here is going to cause more issues than what taking them out will?
Yes. Well, okay, so here's the theory. Okay, if I can drive a truck for a little bit. Do you see where I built the truck?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, go ahead.
So when I'm driving this truck, it's counting every few seconds and it's recording my position and my rotation every few seconds. And so when I'm driving this and I'm making this corner, I'm not hitting that wall. Or we'll pretend I was good enough that I didn't hit the wall, right?
Okay,
We'll say I went in here perfectly.
okay.
Okay. And I hit, oh my gosh, this is going to be hard to record. I hit everything perfectly. But as we witness with our tractors, because it records the truck every few seconds instead of on long a continuous motion, it may record the truck back here once in the correct spot, and then it may record the truck right here, and it may record the truck inside here, but the way it draws that line between the two, it ends up drawing the line so the truck is out here. As the truck, even though I never drove it out there, it drives it out there because it doesn't record every single point. It just records a point every few seconds. So we put up the walls to make sure that we drive in a very narrow path, and we drive that path perfectly. And then we take the walls away, so when it draws outside the lines barely, it's still within the acceptable margin of error.
Yeah, okay. And then the Ladegan Master is saying this is the reason I heavily prefer trains over trucks. Basically, the game is completed for me once I have them unlocked. From there on out is a lot of joy and no AI, less finickiness, etc. And I can agree with that.
Yeah. Trains are definitely better, and we have a lot of trains in this factory. 90% of the stuff being brought in will be brought in by trains. This stuff is going to be low quantity things, or low volume things, that we can't make on site easily.
And those things will just drone in and bring here and
And Nathan Zaber says, so the plan for this factory is to replace the need for smaller factories?
no. The planning for this factory is to replace the mega factory that we found was too small. And we didn't have enough room to expand it. Otherwise, we would have just made the mega factory into the gigafactory.
Yep, we're going to do everything here.
As much as possible. We do have a few other small factories, of course, like the Iron Dome and the Copper Tower, which smelts the raw resources into ingots. But beyond that, it gets brought directly into the Gigafactory for all other processing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert, if you don't mind coming over to where I am, I'm over in the swamp right now. Just want to ask your opinion on something.
Okay. I'm taking some laps of the truck, trying to get used to the way you have to turn it.
Okay.
What's up, Megalith?
Mhm. So, take a look.
I love lag.
um, so it's the Gigafactory has a very big, unbroken flat expanse. And now I know we have the windows, and we will have the hypertubes going across to help break it up.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if some kind of superstructure around the outside would be helpful in the design. I was just mocking up a little bit. This would be a pillar in the middle of each of the white sections, going all the way to the top and extending above the Gigafactory. That's what those would turn into. I
Okay.
don't know that I'm in love with the idea. The other idea that I had was build a big old triangle, same general size as those pillars, but a big old triangle pyramid thing that reached up above the Gigafactory.
Mm.
But I'm
The-
not in love with that idea either.
So the walls are at their final height?
That, yeah, more or less. Depending on what we choose, they might go up or down a little bit, but that's close.
Yeah, so the hard part with white pillars like that is they're just going to cast a shadow on the rest of it. And so the background will be a lot of shadow, windows, and the horizontal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in love with the pillar idea, but I definitely agree that it needs something to break it up.
And it's like, I mean, the windows and the hypertubes are good, but there needs to be something that gives a good sense of depth. And the pillars do that at least, even though I'm not in love with that with this particular implementation.
Yeah. Funny enough, I really like what we did for the lower floors butting out like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think
it was
that
real nice.
that was nice. But you know, trying to follow our particular theory of above ground level is very modern, and the below ground level is more industrial. It's not modern isn't the right word. It's more futuristic, whatever.
Cleaner.
Yeah.
So we've got a first time chat. Senator Pingus said hello, Doc. And Megalith Official has had a whole conversation going on while you're having that conversation. So I think you need to read that out, see what he's talking about there.
Okay.
Okay, Caffeinate is going on to his own stream. See you tomorrow. Yes, you'll see us tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. It's time for us to call this one an end. But I think you need to read Megalith Officials first before we.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell you what, we should probably raid Caffeinated as soon as he's up. Send viewers over that direction.
There you
But
go.
Megalith is talking about the One UI that's being released. So instead of reading the whole thing, that's Samsung's UI for their flagship phones. One UI 7 was supposed to be released for the S24 series of phones, but a critical bug appeared, so they deleted the update from the servers, and there's no official statement.
Oh.
But people who installed it are experiencing overheating.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Okay.
But they advertise with the
CPU.
AI and UI stuff.
Too much.
So yeah, it's like
CPU
One UI
use.
7 is not released. Correct.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The S24 series, that, not the Ultra series. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Just know I have my own OnePlus had an update. I don't like it. It's different.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have. I have Samsung. I have Samsung phones. Um, Samsung Galaxy phones. So, don't know if that's the phone you're talking about.
Well, guys, be watchful over the next couple years. Just like, once Siri became popular, suddenly every single phone had to have its own assistant, voice assistant. Now that AI is popular, every single phone's going to have some AI crammed into it, and it won't be as good as the top of the line AIs. They'll be that particular provider's implementation of a second-rate AI, so they can market AI in their phones. Yay. Finally got rid of Bixby in the current generation of phone I'm on. Ugh.
Okay. All right. Boy, we got a vigorous conversation going on both channels, YouTube and Twitch. Um, the conversation going on in Twitch is basically you do everything in one place. There's going to be serious lag on the server as it tries to deliver all of the graphics,
Yep.
the intense graphics. So true. That's what we're seeing a bit of. We'll just have to see how well it handles it. Getting it off my PC is, I didn't have a problem with much lag
Yeah.
after it got going.
My game ran better than it has in a long time.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not having a bit of lag now, but definitely had lag at the very beginning. So how do we raid caffeinated? Is he up and running?
Well, let's give him a moment to get up and running. Let me double check here. I don't think he's quite there yet. Yeah, so we'll give him a couple of minutes until he gets back,
Okay.
until he gets on, and we'll send you guys over to him.
All right, and then we've got that conversation to have with with DC, you said?
Yeah, he's not going to be done streaming for a couple of hours.
Oh, okay, so you'll have to call me back from the yard.
Yep, I'll call you back when that's ready. But
Okay, sounds good. All righty. I'm going to let you continue with the stream. I'm going to log off.
okay.
I can log off without affecting the server, which
Yeah,
is a
you can
possibility.
now.
So-
So I'll just disable your camera.
Yep, you just take over the stream, and I will walk away and look forward to seeing you seeing you tomorrow morning. You know, those of you who can join tomorrow morning, it'll be great. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So, yeah, I'm just going to continue here. And Garrett, we could just continue our conversation here for the next few minutes about the exterior design.
Just for a few minutes, because I need to get onto my own thing as well. But
Yeah, and as soon as Caffeinate's online, we'll send you guys over to him.
Yep. So it's like here's another thought that I had, just boxes kind of imitating what you have at the bottom, and another way up at the top, but
Oh, I see that on the left there.
yeah, but I'm not excited about it.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem is whatever you're building, if it's white, it will only serve to cast shadows on the whole building. But if you color anything
A
else,
little bit of shadow is kind of what I'm looking for. Shadow gives depth.
yeah, I don't think it'll do it in the right way, though. To me, honestly, what seems to be right is actually some structure that builds off the side of the building. Feels right to me. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know. Right now, we have a very clean aesthetic, and anything we add is going to clutter that up to some
definitely.
degree.
Definitely.
And so, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, okay, so here's a different direction. I was intending this drone bay to look a little bit different, but I think this will look just fine for here. It's not so much we need to have extra structure our attachments is that we literally build an observation deck at like floor 3 or 4 that sticks out and is, oh, then I'm falling off the edge. Like an observation deck that sticks out from floor 3 or 4 that comes out that's wrapped in glass and has some other something else to it. So instead of trying to build depth, we build a focal point to it. Make sense?
My initial reaction is quite negative towards the idea.
Okay.
I'm not excited about random protrusion coming out of the side of the Gigafactory.
Okay. It's definitely not random, and it's definitely intentionally placed in a very specific spot. It's kind of the opposite of a random protrusion. Let's see if I can land right on top of Doc. Oh, okay. Now what do we do with Doc?
You can kill him and loot his inventory.
Nah, that's boring. Okay. I need to come over here, make sure that I got Twitch up going to catch when we get Calf back. Okay, so Whitestone has a thought. He says, with walls, try to give them more depth with beams, pillars, or just other walls. Try to avoid big flat walls and box shapes unless that's what you want. Use the entire foundation for the walls. Yeah.
I just got the 4-hour notification from Fix It.
You know, like in the side of a sci-fi spaceship or something, where you get the loading bay, right? How it's like it's a octagon shape, but it's super wide, right? And it has a very large opening for ships to fly in and out, but has, some greebles around the outside. That's kind of what I'm imagining for the thing to break up the gigantic wall.
Sure.
And yeah, we can always put, Whitestone Industries signs as lights to put them in places of building highlights. We definitely haven't. We're using only white here. Doc also does use light blue, right? And we could easily do a stripe or panel, some sort of striping panel, up or down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still don't like that. You also don't like Doc's colors, which doesn't help anything.
I don't like Doc's colors.
So, I mean, it's hard to. Volcom says swamp colors don't help either. Agreed. And Corey says that he wants a ribbing of a different color around the outside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it already looks very clean, and I don't want to ruin that. At the same time, anything that I add is going to ruin that. While at the same time, it needs something.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
So it's like I'm in a little bit of a catch-22.
Right. So, and I just got the 4-hour notification too. And Volcom says some balconies maybe, and that's what I kind of wanted to have. But
well, if it's an observation tower or an observation platform or something, there needs to be more than one. We can't let it just be. We have to make it symmetrical and even, because everything else is symmetrical and even.
Sure, I don't know why symmetrical and even has anything to do with the quantity.
because you can't preserve the pattern with only one.
Yeah, you can. It just hits the middle. Yeah, it's definitely very brick and square. And guys, these hyper tubes that are along the outside, right here, those same hyper tubes are going to continue patterning all the way up here. So we're going to have these horizontal dark striping across the whole thing, which to me kind of
Helps. All right, you don't like it?
no, I wasn't going to say good or bad. It very definitely takes it from being a stark blank slate. It's no longer a blank slate. It's now a fairly textured building with all that.
Right. Maybe because of that, when I put in the hyper tubes, I start with all of those to get a better idea.
Yeah. Maybe we need to see those before we go anywhere. So. Yeah, and Whitestone definitely talks about, using blueprints. So when you find the little greebles or the textures you want, you can place a bunch of them. Yeah. And Adam says make it very big right in the middle. We need to have one gigantic port here on the left side, and one big port on the right side, and then one nice long stripe across the bottom. Make a big smiley face. Right?
No.
No?
Just no.
Ugh.
I will not let my work be ruined in such a manner.
Whitestone, I've been trying to convince Garrett to work in the light blue, and he just won't. He doesn't want to have the detail color. He wants to have everything white.
Well, maybe you guys should have picked a better detail color.
Maybe you should have taken the job if you weren't willing to work within the constraints.
Look, was there anybody else willing to take the job?
We never even advertised the job. You just showed up one day and started begging for cookies.
Cookies? I've not seen a single cookie.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man has suggestions, and I'm sure this one's going to be super valuable. He says, may I suggest nice neon pink and neon green stripes to break it up? Also, if you change the color swatch to 900 plus and paint the tier 6 conveyors, those make nice glows too. I like to use those to decorate my factory. They have very different styles, though.
Yeah.
That is a very different style.
I'm actually not against the idea of adding some very judicious use of neon.
By judicious, you mean very, very little.
It would be little, but a little bit of neon could go a long way to make this entire thing pop.
Yeah.
I don't think we're quite ready for that, but I will keep it in mind.
Sure. Come on now.
Oh, what you doing to Doc?
I haven't done anything to him yet.
Yet. Maybe I should just kill him now and save him.
Save him from what? You think killing him is going to be better than whatever I'm going to do?
Probably.
I'm building a nice safe box. Nice. I'm just going to build him a nice safe box to live in.
With white signs all around, so it looks like he's in an infinite void.
How'd you know? No! Gosh darn it, yeah, I'm gonna have to build it too wide. Okay. Corey says, free is a hard price to beat, Garrett. Oh, let's see.
It is.
we're going to do layouts can be text only and no text and background. Dock safety cage and timeout zone, yes. Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Come on, caffeinated.
There we go. Oh. That color should be the background now. And that one can be the stripes, right? Why does that look so weird? Okay.
I only see a black screen. Are you intending to get them all even? Because they are most certainly not all even.
I wasn't really intending to.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I can make the effect a little bit better if I do. Yeah, they still aren't flowing into each other properly because they aren't even up and down because this box is too small. Okay, so we have that.
All the screens still look black to me.
You say come all glossy with emissions off. There we go. What are you doing?
I'm coming inside.
Oh, okay.
I still don't. I see whatever you put on.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then I want to put it here, but I have to rotate it.
You can't. You have to put it on a beam.
Oh, thank you. That's right. Painted beam. You know, I don't know if Caffeinated is streaming today.
No, that's what he said he was doing, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said he was doing. I got it.
I am not a patient man, caffeinated. Let's hope he sees what you see and not what I see.
It'll be a brand new login, so it'll be perfect. Don't you worry, mate.
I think I'm going to log out right on top of Doc. Why won't it turn? Well, is that done? I'm going to log out, and you should go in my head.
I was following him at one point. Why isn't he showing up? He's probably already streaming, isn't he? Oh, that's right. I followed him on Doc's account. That's the reason why. Oh, okay. Yes, he is streaming currently. So, guys, thank you very much for joining us today. Pink and neon green. Okay. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us for the stream. We are going to see if we can set up this raid to get it to work. We've only successfully raided one time. I gotta take you off of my screen for a second, so you get to watch Doc's desktop, so I can get there. Okay, and I can bring it back. Sorry about that. And raid channel. There we go. Guys, please go have fun with Caffeinated. Hang out. He's playing Overwatch 2. Fun game. And looks like it's him and his wife playing together. So we'll see everybody later. And have a good day.
Bye, everyone.
And hold on one second for YouTube. Let me get you a link there. Guys, on YouTube, I don't have a YouTube link for you, but I do have that. So please head on over there. And we'll see everybody later.